Hey guys. Sorry, I am a little late starting. It's been a little while since I've sprinted, and I was trying to get everything together while doing 17 things at once. You know how it goes. But let us know in the chat what you're reading, what your team is for Galactic-thon, and welcome to the stage, Christine. Hello.
Hey,
Oh, there you are. You were frozen for a second. Maybe I'm frozen. Who knows?
no, it's probably me. I feel like every day I fight my internet connection.
That's fair. And mine likes to be really messy after 7 p.m. if I am streaming, and only then.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
you still have a job to do, internet. What are you doing?
So yeah, if you're in the
Exactly.
chat, let us know what you're reading, what team you're on. Are you already on week 2 prompt, or are you still working on week 1? What are you reading, Christine?
Oh, I'm reading The Last Watch.
Yeah. How far are you? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I love these babies so much.
I'm not that far. I'm on chapter 5. Because I just started it yesterday and I haven't read it at all today, but I'm hoping to get a significant amount of it read today. I'm doing it on audio. I don't know if that's how you read it,
I
but
read it with my eyeballs.
listen, that's a great way to read it too, okay? But
I
yeah,
think Emily did it on audio.
it's super good. It's super good. The male audio book narrator is just the bee's knees. I'm like, wow, what do you actually look like? Because your
See,
voice.
her other standalone book, Rubicon, was narrated by Eunice Wong, who's probably one of my favorite narrators.
Yeah. And Rubicon. I still need to read that. Listen.
Yeah. J.S. Dews is one of those authors that I am too caught up on, and I need them to release more things so I can have more to read.
Well, if this writing is any indication, I'm sure they are literally well on their way to pumping something else out.
I think she, in like a past life or her day job, wrote for television and movies, which is why the books feel very cinematic.
Yeah. Like I could honestly watch this as a show, or it kind of reminds me a little bit, if you've ever watched, I'm sure you have. Oh my god. What is the show? The Expanse?
Yes. Also books.
Remember that?
So many books.
Yeah. I haven't read the books. I've only ever watched the TV show, and back when it was like on Sci-Fi Network, you know? But
Yeah.
that's what it feels like to read, which is cool. So
I only read the first
anyway.
one. I have heard rumor that Apple TV is in talks to buy the rights to continue the TV show.
Oh, for Expanse.
Mm-hmm. And that they're
I
in
honestly hope
talks with
so.
the previous actors.
Yeah, because they do a really good job of adapting things, Apple.
Especially
And they
sci-fi.
have enough money that they can just kind of follow through and not give a damn if it's like doing well or not. So, but I assume if they are going to produce it and make it, it'll probably do well.
Yeah, they've done very well with sci-fi, so
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy with it. I have an arc that I started reading as I was traveling home and stuck in airports called An Unbreakable World, which is by Ren Hutchings. I had read the arc of her debut novel a couple of years ago. That was Under Fortunate Stars, which has very Becky Chambers found family vibes, um, and is a very good read for this week's prompt for Team AI of a space set book, as is The Last Watch that Christine is reading. But her publisher sent me this one the day it released on NetGalley. And it's in the same universe as her first book, but set before the first book. So with completely different characters. So I'm having a good time with that. I may read that. But I also received this book right before I left for my New York trip, and I didn't bring it or read it. And I don't really have a prompt for it, but I want to read it, and I want to read it right now.
What is it?
Barbarian's Hope, baby.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. It was like breaking up for 1 second and I was like, what's happening in the House of Commons?
Barbarian's Hope.
I love any barbarian and I feel very fortunate to have, started that journey. But also I will never get that first read feeling back.
So I'm like 35% into this. And the only way I think that I can make this count is if I just stay up all night and read it and count this as my bonus prompt of staying up late to read a book.
That's literally
So
what I'm doing today.
Oh, yeah.
I took a nap in preparation.
I love that. I love that for you.
Yeah.
And this is my first time with a barbarian woman.
Barbarian to barbarian.
Yeah.
It's very like sad in a lot of ways because like their story is really tragic, but it is a second chance romance, which is beautiful. It's not my favorite trope. We all know. Listen, but I support the barbarians and everything that they do. So really, I have no complaints.
Yeah. So I got to make the decision. Finish prompt 2 or read a bonus prompt and stay up to finish this book to make it happen.
I mean, how are you feeling? Are you feeling like you might be able to stay up or do you think
I think I could stay up. I just have to put on and speak at an all company meeting tomorrow morning. For work, and then
maybe just do prompt 2. Maybe just do prompt 2.
I think that's the smarter, more grown-up thing to do.
Well, and you can always stay up another night.
It's a Friday night decision, I think.
Yeah. I was like, you don't have to do it tonight. You don't have to do it all tonight. I'm doing something really crazy for this readathon where I'm just reading books and plugging them in after the fact, which is
Love it.
Not how you're supposed to do it. I know, but it's like all I can handle right now. So I have like 3 books that I'm reading right now, but I am going to be reading The Last Watch. The other ones, let me ask you, have you ever seen this one? Not that one. I am reading this one, Raven Scholar. This one's a fantasy book though, and this is for
I definitely haven't seen that one.
Yeah, this one's brand spanking new. Let me tell you.
It's pretty though. You got your silver foil.
Right? Isn't it pretty? It just like was sitting in the bookstore and I was like, I've never seen this. I've never heard anything about it, whatever. I bought it because the premise sounded good. And then I started seeing it all over the internet now. So I'm like, maybe I made a good decision. I don't know. But yeah, so I started that one. It's pretty good. But this one is the one that I've been reading, Elder Race by Adrian Tchaikovsky. Have you ever seen this?
Oh, I've seen this. I haven't read it, but everything I've read by Adrian Tchaikovsky, I love.
Yeah, so it's very like, there's not a lot of back and forth dialogue because this is a novella as well. But the premise of this one is that this is what I imagine the perfect mix of fantasy and sci-fi is, to make that actual sci-fi fantasy genre, that like made up genre that no one believes in. And I've been like looking for books like this because every time somebody tells me,
sci-fi fantasy apologist.
Yeah, because because people are always like, you can't have sci-fi and fantasy in the same thing. And I'm like, that is so not fucking true. You know what I mean? So I have been just like on the hunt for years for like the perfect example of this. So I can just clap back when this comment happens.
Yeah.
And I think I found it.
I have been trying to convince you to read A Genesis of Misery all this time, but whatever.
Actually, I started that, but I wasn't sure if I could continue it and use it for this readathon because I didn't start it this month. I started it last month and I just didn't finish it yet.
Well, how far did you get into it? I think if you're under
I'm under 50%, but it's like, wait, how long?
I was like 30-40%. I feel like you could still count the rest of it. As long
as you
said
34, like 3-4%. And I was like,
that's a very specific number, Elizabeth.
Yeah. And then I was like, well, you're smarter than me because I won't be able to do that calculation based on my physical page numbers. But I can tell you literally right now because it's sitting right here in my TBR pile. I am on page 122, chapter 9.
That's
So
a
it's like
chunky one, right? Well,
that
oh
much.
yeah. Like you're like in the first quarter.
Oh, 100%. Like
Yeah.
it's not far at all. And I'm really liking it. But like just put it down because last month got really busy at the end of the month and that's life. But I was like, I want to continue it for this, but also I don't want to cheat. So I've been
Yeah.
having an existential crisis about it the past couple of weeks. But it's good. I really
That's
like
fair.
it.
Yeah.
So, but
Neon's got a
that
very
is
interesting
another
writing style.
great example. And then there was another one that I read recently. I'm compiling a list because I'm like really ready to just be
Yeah.
like, shut up.
Well, I think
So anyway.
fifth season super counts in that
Mm-hmm.
category for sure.
This season is like the first one that I ever read like that I would always be like, oh, this is the example. And people haven't
And I
people
don't
haven't
know,
read
I
it.
haven't read it yet, but I feel like the prompt that you're reading that fantasy book, I could read this book for, and you'll get very excited because it was on my Galactic-thon list last year and I did not get to it.
What is it?
With the first sister.
Oh my God, I love the first sister.
But I get the
Okay, let's make a
feeling that it's
pact right
fantasy.
now. We've got to make a pact right now. I'm going to finish Genesis of Misery. You're going to finish the first
I'm gonna
sister.
read First Sister.
A gentleman's agreement. We literally have to do it. Like, there's no reason, Elizabeth, why we both haven't read those books for each other. Like, that's a disrespect to our friendship.
We've only been trying to do this for years.
3 years. I swear to God, 3 years. Genesis of Misery is probably 2 years, actually, not 3, but
yeah.
Not that that's a big difference a year, a year.
No.
But like, I have been sitting here looking at it for freaking years, and now I started it. I really do like it. So
Love it.
it's like when somebody asks you if you have read a book,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not even like it's not a super popular book like Sunrise on the Reaping. You know what I mean? Where like you actually are like, damn, I should have probably already read that. But it's a book that person's been asking you about every single time you see them.
Like, hey.
Yeah. That's what it feels like.
Same.
You know what I mean?
Hard
And I'm
same.
like, you're my friend. I should prioritize this. What the hell? But it's probably because we are friends that I'm like, oh, she won't mind.
Yeah. Look, I'll get there. Christine knows.
Yeah.
When I get there, I'll be texting her and telling her.
Literally, yeah. No, that's how I felt with I've been trying to get Vish.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
I've been trying to get Vish to read Barbarians for like years. I've been like,
she's
please
now a
text me.
Rahush girly. She
Yep.
just did book 2.
She texted me and was like, I understand everything. I'm so sorry I doubted you. Like, it was like an apology letter. And I was like, oh, I feel validated. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly.
Love it.
Because I truly think the people that don't like it are people who are like fantasy people. I mean, non-fantasy people. So literally people like that don't really
pearl
like
clutchers
monsters,
in general.
I've
had a couple of friends who don't read the spiciest of books who for some
Right.
reason decided to try to pick that up. And when you don't even read spicy normal people romances, it's a bit jarring to suddenly have a big blue alien who's fascinated with cunnilingus.
Who's obsessed with you,
The whole thing. The whole thing. Okay. See you in the chat.
Really
We got
is.
Molly, Team AI, who just finished the second prompt. Okay, awesome. What did you read? And are you going to do a bonus prompt to tide you over until we get to the next drop? Jean says, hello. How are the cats? How is Shermie?
Jean. Sherman.
My cats are at their grandparents' house still. I haven't picked them up yet since I got back from New York.
Oh my God. You said vacation for staycation.
Yeah.
Without the kids.
Tomorrow.
Did you just get back like a day ago?
I got back on Monday, and then I was a useless sack of human flesh on Tuesday and went back to work yesterday.
I love it.
And I'm just now starting to feel like a human again.
Just said that. What'd you say? Sorry.
I just started to feel like a human again today.
Mm. That's kind of how it is when you travel. I feel like you need an extra day to just get with the program, you
Well, and
know?
my flight got delayed by 3 hours on my layover, and it was already a
Oh.
longer
Oh, yeah, because 'cause they're
layover.
having all the delays and stuff, right?
Well, it was Monday. There was a huge storm that ripped through Texas, and like there were tornadoes and stuff, and I got stuck in Dallas on my way back to San Antonio, and it was a lot. So I sat in the airport reading monster romances to tide me over.
I love I love that, honestly. I read recently that, like, they had a bunch of, like, people that
Oh,
couldn't
Newark especially has been
fly
real
pa
bad.
planes, right? Yeah, and then I had a friend who was supposed to come to Y'all West, and she like, the same thing happened to her, except she completely missed her flight because
Ugh,
everything was delayed, and then the pilot was at, like, a 16-hour day or something, and they literally had to, like, get off the
yeah.
plane.
Like you can't fly this now.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't fly if you're gonna go to sleep behind the wheel, you know what I mean?
No, that
So,
sounds like a bad plan. Okay. Dua Lipa has author chats. What does this mean?
so Dua
Is Dua
Lipa
Lipa an
has
author?
a book club.
Oh, okay.
Huh? Yeah, she has a book club, and the only reason I know about this is because Monique's been, like, chatting my ear off about it because she's like, "We should try and get Dua Lipa to do something with it," and I'm like, "Dua Lipa to do
We
something
love
with
the delusion.
us?"
We love the
Yeah, I'm like,
delusion.
"You're delusional," but, like, I love that that's she's like, "We can totally do it." I'm like, "Yeah, we probably could actually, but, like, we would
Yeah,
really
if
have to
anybody could, it
focus."
would be
Like,
you.
yeah, I mean, uh, well, listen, I don't even know what we would do, but probably anyway, neither here nor there, but my point is she's been yapping about it for, like, I wanna say, like, the past 8 months. She just brings up Dua Lipa randomly. She'll be like, "Dua Lipa," and she just did it, like, 2 days ago. She was like, "Yeah, Dua Lipa's reading blah, blah, blah," and I'm like, "So are we like Dua Lipa? Like, we
I
like
could
that
not
she
tell
has a book
you
club?" You
a
know?
Dua Lipa song. I'm so sorry to say.
I listen to her. I think she's fine. I just, like, have never looked into her book club at all, which is me being a bad friend to Monique. But, yeah, I just assume that one day Monique will have a plan and we'll go with it, you know?
Well, isn't that how the BookTube channel started in the beginning anyway?
Yeah, Monique always has, like, a plan where she's like that's not true. She does not always have a plan, first of all. But she'll have an idea, and then she'll be like, "Christine, how do we do this?" And I go in and I workshop it. And that's our roles in the Roomies
That's
podcast.
right. Ugh,
And
I'm
engineers,
so
if you
excited
will.
you're reading The Last Watch.
Dude, me too. It's really great. Actually, these all 3 of these books are really great. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how I'm gonna how I'm gonna put them in because I'm reading them all simultaneously, so they could all I haven't even turned in anything for the first phase of my team, which is it's like a crisis of some sort. It's like an existential crisis,
Mm.
like, you already know. You know what I'm saying. Anyway, so I think I might do
Yeah.
Adrian Tchaikovsky for that.
Mhm.
Just because in this one, I didn't even say what this is about, but essentially Elder Race is about this kingdom where they have, like, um essentially this tower on a mountain, and they have a bunch of lore about this tower. It's supposed to house, like, the grand wizard, blah 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 blah. The fourth daughter of the king goes and, like, discovers it, and she realizes that, like, it's not anything that they thought. Like, they thought it was, like, super witchy lore, and they get there and they're like, there's literal tech in this tower, and, like, we're living in medieval times, so where did this tech come from? And so then it
Why is
goes
it
into,
so
like,
fancy?
right, exactly, and it goes into this whole, like, thing about how, like, obviously this came from another world and, like, how did it get here, like, all this stuff. So it really is, like, the perfect kind of, like, fantasy and sci-fi meld. So, yeah, anyway, it's pretty
I
good.
dig
I'm
it.
liking it.
He's
Yeah.
very good at world building because the one
Yeah,
that Monique read that I've also
Children of
read
Time.
is Children of Time, and like
Yeah.
he gives you such an insight into a completely alien brain. Like he can make the entire world feel like you perceive it differently.
I'm excited because like he's also coming out with another book.
He comes out with books like it is like it is no big deal. Like Brandon
Yeah,
Sanderson comes out with some books quickly. So does Adrian Tchaikovsky. Like he just pounds them out like Stephen King.
yeah, and I feel like they're comparable like authors to each other. Like obviously Brandon Sanderson has his own brand, and like Adrian Tchaikovsky's with Tor, so that's like. But you know, Sando started with Tor, so I feel like there's some merit there. There's some parallel there. But yeah, I just feel like he has so much on his backlist, and I'm really liking this one, so it's making me excited for like what else
Yeah.
he could come out with. So I started small. You see, I started with this novella because I was like, if I don't like him, it's okay.
And what was the book you were saying you
Jesus.
were trying to fit into your prompts? Was it
Okay, so this one I'm doing for the first phase, I think. The second phase that I have, which is someone coming out of retirement, which I think The Last Watch could be.
it could probably count.
Well, because I'm like seeing that obviously
They're kind of at the wall. Like they're not necessarily the top tier of soldiers. They've been considered out of the game, essentially.
So okay, so if this doesn't work, because obviously it's not like necessarily a specific character coming out of retirement, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if this doesn't work, I also have the Constance Fay book that you were telling me about, the first one. That's on my TBR. I don't know what it's about. So like
Constance
listen.
Fay.
And then
Can I tell you about it?
can you hear the I'm sorry, can you hear the traffic? I'm sorry.
No.
Okay,
I
great.
told you
Sorry.
about a
There's like
Constance Fay book?
I think so. Yeah, it's the first book in like that trilogy that she has. No? Am I crazy? Did I make that up?
Oh, I haven't read this one.
Oh, why did I think you had told me about it?
We may have talked about it. I've looked at it a few
It was
times.
like a while ago because like the first one came out a while ago.
A while ago. I think it looked really interesting to me.
Okay, maybe that's what it was. I was like, I don't know why I thought Delulu brain, but I have that, the first one in that. Because I think the most recent one just came out, Chaos. That's the third one.
Yeah.
And then I also have the one that you gifted me, that I would like to read. Don't know what that one's about. I mean, I just know that it's a romance. So, and then
I
the
sent you
other
a
one, which I
sci-fi
think,
romance.
no, you bought it for me when you were here. Let me go get it. Hold on. I'm going.
Oh, was it The Stars Too Fondly? This is very exciting. I had no idea that Dua Lipa had a book club. I do have work tomorrow. I think Molly's already abandoned us to read somewhere else.
Molly said, "See you later, alligator,"
Peace
which is
out.
totally fine.
The author of the
This
medieval with modern tech. Yeah, The Stars Too Fondly. I
right?
wonder
So
if
I don't know
that'll
what this is
fit.
about, but I want to read it. Author is
That
Adrian
one might be able
Tchaikovsky.
to count as you're coming out of retirement.
Okay.
Because there is a character that has not been active for a very, very long time, like 20 plus years, who is suddenly called upon at the start of that book.
I'm
You kind
seeing
of have to
that in
squint and
the
turn your head, but I think it could count.
okay. Listen, I'm I'm all for bending the rules, okay? So
For your last prompt that no one knows about, though, because I just looked at your whole docket of prompts, I highly recommend you Sexy Thing. by Kat
You
Rambo.
highly recommend what?
You Sexy Thing by Kat Rambo. It would
Oh,
also
Cat
count for coming
Rambo.
out of retirement, but it would also count for your secret fourth prompt that is not released to the public yet.
Okay.
And it's
So that's
under
like,
300 pages. Don't do it on audio,
perfect. Okay, I'll have to find it. I'll probably get it from the library then. I have a
Because
Cat
it's a
Rambo book
lot of
because
characters. And Emily and Sam both tried to do it on audio when we buddy read it together, and they struggled. I
yeah,
read
it
it
was
with my
not good.
eyeballs, and I had a blast.
I can't really read a bunch of sci-fi on audio, which is a direct like opposite of what I said earlier because I'm reading whatchamacallit on audio, The Last Watch. But I feel like it's kind of like what you said, Last Watch is written like a movie, so it's very
Yeah.
easy to just like audiobook it. Even though
Super
sometimes I'm like,
digestible.
what are these words? You know what I mean? Like they'll be talking about something on the ship, and I'm like, this is why I need to be a sci-fi reader because I know the equivalent of this in a fantasy world. I can tell you what all that stuff is. So like if I can learn that, I can learn this stuff. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
wait.
No, I get you on that front. But yeah, I would say my description of You Sexy Thing is like A Long Way to a Small Angry Planet if it had ADHD.
Okay. I love it. I'm down.
Less cozy, more frantic, but similar vibes.
I like the cozy sci-fis, which is
Yeah.
so funny because I'm not like partial to a bunch of cozy fantasy. So I think it might just be because I don't read a lot of sci-fi and I feel like I can understand it easier. So right now I'm in a cozy. I like the cozy
Get it.
sci-fis because all the ones that I've read, obviously the Long Way to a Small Angry Planet, and then Psalm for the Well Built. So Psalm for the Well Built? Is that the name of it? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Those ones I really loved, and like even if you want to call Murderbot cozy, even though it's not, but
It's
I'll
cozy
count it.
adjacent for sure.
Yeah.
It's not high
So
stakes.
I think like any novella in my head, I'm like, yeah, that's cozy.
Yeah, it
It's not
was
cozy.
the what was that one called? Ness Brown that you didn't like, the sci-fi horror. That one was it cozy.
Oh,
Courage Between the Stars.
yeah, and I don't know why did I hate that one. I think because maybe I
I know you
guessed what was
hated
gonna
it.
happen,
You
and
hated
I was
it.
like, why?
I wasn't mad at it. You
I gave it
hated
a
it.
3 stars. Listen, I don't want to talk too much crap. I gave it a 3. I remember that book, but I was just like,
You
why?
also read it right after Dead Silence, and you loved Dead Silence so
I
much.
love Dead Silence. I love that.
Have you read Cold Eternity yet?
What?
Her newest one, Cold Eternity.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. I saw. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have got to get onto this. I will. I'm getting back
So
into my sci-fi
interesting.
era.
So
It takes a
different.
whole readathon to get me there, you know?
You know,
So,
we all do what we gotta do.
yeah, it's
Jean
fine.
says that Elder Race is on KU in Canada and wondered if you think she would like it.
Um, I I mean, you might. It's more plot based, um, instead of like super in-depth character based so far. So, like for me, I like that because we're getting a lot of world building and like I like that kind of stuff when it's a book like this. Now, if we have a thick tome and we're getting a bunch of that, we're not getting a lot of banter. I'm like, why am I
Yeah,
reading this,
yeah, what's happening?
huge
It's a shorty
dictionary?
compared to some
Yeah,
of the
but
other
this one's
he
quick, and
writes.
I feel like it's kind of like what you said, Elizabeth. Like he's really good at crafting these worlds, and this is a really interesting world to me. So for me, I mean, I'm really enjoying it, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be like a 5 star for Eugene. Especially like I don't know what you've been reading recently. Are you still reading Zodiac? Because it's a stark difference between that
It's
and this.
noticeably different.
Yeah, but if you need like kind of a palate cleanser, I would say it is pretty quick. Hey, Hillary, it is pretty quick, and I think you could probably knock it out like in a day if you wanted to just kind of read it and be like, oh, I read this like sci-fi fantasy book, you know.
Yeah.
So
It's super
that is
quick,
my
but it
official
looks like
analysis.
compared to his other stuff. Hey,
It
Hillary,
looks
just
what?
got home from grocery shopping and reading Robopocalypse by Daniel H. Wilson. Actually, Daniel, they just dropped a new book from him that's going to be an indigenous first contact
Ooh,
take. on NetGalley. So that should be coming out later this year. I'm very excited. How are you liking Robopocalypse? What team are you on? I have questions. So few people I know in my life have read this book, and I would love to talk to you about it as you read it, because this was so interesting.
I love that you like know what it is too. You're like, yes.
Oh, I made my whole like in real life book club read this for Indigenous Peoples Month one year, because Daniel is a Indigenous author, and this is an like AI takeover story told in sections of time from multiple perspectives around the world. So you get little snippets from different characters around the world at different points during this robot uprising. And the Asian gentleman is my favorite, Hillary, and he has my whole heart and all of my soul. I can't remember his name right now. I think it's Namora, but I love him so much. So very passionate about Robopocalypse. Now, have I read Robogenesis, the sequel, yet? No. They're all terrible names, by the way. These are terrible names for books. And the covers are also cheesy as hell, but I love them.
Literally, that's how it goes.
Loves Ursula. Hello, Sarah. Hello,
Sarah!
What are you reading,
Hey.
friend? What are you reading? Jean may try your Adrian Tchaikovsky. She did finish Zodiac.
I'm about to do a reread of Zodiac in the summer because I feel my reread summer happening. I can feel it in my bones.
I respect it.
And I want to prioritize Zodiac because I just love that series.
I told you about my friend and actual boss who thought she picked up this underground German writer while she was traveling through Europe, and it turns out that it was Zodiac Academy. Because she picked it up in Germany, so she thought it was a German author, and she was reading book 8 at her son's basketball game, and some teenager was like, "Oh my gosh, let's talk about this book."
Yeah, I love that. Honestly, spread the word. I feel like Zodiac Academy is one of those. It's kind of like Ice Planets, where like people kind of write it off, and then once you get into it, you're like, wait, this entire plot is so addicting. Like, I would really do anything for these characters.
Only 30 pages in. I really like it. She already picked up for the Studis readathon. What's the Studis readathon? And it worked out perfectly for this too. I love it when you can double dip. But what's the Studis readathon? Who's doing that? I've not heard. Digame.
Yeah.
Tell me. And also, what team are you on, Hillary? Which prompt are you reading this for Galactic-thon? Also, Sarah, are you playing along with us, or are you just here for the vibes?
I'm pretty sure Sarah is.
I listened to some of 11/22/63 today, so either I'll continue with my eyes or pick up another one of your TBR options. That's a chunk, Sarah. 11/22/63. That's that Stephen King book about the Kennedy assassination, time travel Kennedy assassination.
Yeah, I was like, isn't that literally the Kennedy one?
Yeah, it's literally the Kennedy one. Native
Hey,
Lady
Monique.
Warriors year-long readathon.
I said, hey, Monique.
Hey, Monique.
Oh, you're on the phone.
I'm on a sprint, but you want to say hey?
Hi, I see you.
She did not want to be on camera.
Wow, you look beautiful, friend.
Thank you. You guys look gorgeous.
I like this Canadian tuxedo you got rocking.
I know, right?
Yeah, she's been doing a jean on jean look. Actually, we both have. We've both been kind of jeaning it up recently. So
I'd say I feel like you were just wearing one of those.
a jean outfit. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you're in your
sure was.
Britney and Justin era.
Yeah, it started at LA Times Festival of Books where I wore a jean jumpsuit, and it's just been up from there.
So Hillary's saying that this readathon is the Native Lady Book Warrior year-long readathon.
Oh, Amazing.
Sounds really fun. And Hillary is on
Always
Team
love it.
Explorers.
Yeah,
I
Monique's
know
team.
that's right.
Your captain showed up just in time. Which I
Mhm.
will say, as of right now, I haven't gone through the points that have been submitted today, but I've been counting the teams as points have been submitted. So unique entries as points have been submitted. And as of right now, the team that has the most individuals submitting points is Team Explorer.
That would make
Not
sense.
saying that
They're
you
the
have the most
scientists.
points. It's just the most people submitting points.
They're doing the work.
If
I'm
that
gonna
makes
be
sense.
honest. I know the pirates have been lax because I've been lax. So they're all just like, oh, we'll submit our points later. And I'm like, yeah, do whatever you want, sweetie. Whatever.
Our navigator has us in tip-top shape.
Usually Lisa, I was gonna say usually
And
Lisa
I
has
have
us
been
doing it, but
asleep at the wheel.
you really have. Yeah, you really have.
I know.
Money's gonna lock in about 6 months. So
Walking in
What
this
are you
week.
reading,
Yeah.
Mo?
Great question.
that is a great.
Well, the survivor wants to die at the end. I'm counting it for a prompt. Which prompt? I'm not
Probably
sure.
a bonus prompt, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet.
I don't know. It's sci-fi though. They have
No,
like
yeah.
a call service that like calls to tell you about your death. I feel like that's definitely very really scientific.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
listen, what did I say earlier? I'm down to bend the rules.
Yeah.
Oh,
Who are we to
Well,
tell
yeah.
you what you consider science fiction?
exactly. And that is my whole spiel about these kind of books. Okay. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Love it.
I don't understand.
Thank you, Jean.
It's like the perfect mix of sci-fi and fantasy that he just like put out there. And he was
Oh,
like,
you're reading this guy? He's good.
yeah, that's my first one.
This is a good size.
Yeah, it is a good size. You should read it after this if you want to.
Compared to Children of Time, Monique
Oh,
is
yeah.
practically a baby.
Yeah.
I was like,
I said I won't be reading that
it does
first.
sound more fantasy though.
It definitely is. I already explained the premise, but I'll explain it to you.
You know, I'm reading it.
Okay.
I mean, not in a bad way.
Tom
said-
and Alana Parkin would like to know if Zodiac is sci-fi.
Thanks for
I
saying
cannot
that.
answer this.
The answer is no.
Sorry. I'm
We're
assuming this is Alana, but if this is Tom, I'm sorry for the assumption. But
Listen.
we're saying no.
It is not sci-fi, but it can count for a bonus prompt for sure. There's
I love
lots of
this.
bonus
Oh,
prompts that it
I'm
can count there.
participating.
Yeah, Sarah's in there. I already knew. I don't know if she's
Well,
reading
thanks,
right this
Sarah.
second, but I'm sure
assuming
she will
pirate.
in about 20 minutes.
I assume Sarah's a pirate. I don't know why.
Sarah, are you? I feel like you are a pirate, yeah? Again?
So
I think I saw
chunk.
her. I think I saw her in my
11:22.
group chat.
63. So chunk.
Wait, no, I've seen Sarah in mine, I think.
Oh, maybe she's in yours. Maybe that's where I saw it.
Ooh.
She's in one of ours because I was like, Sarah's definitely on our team.
I replied to
One of our
something,
teams.
but I could be wrong.
Jean
If I
loved
clearly-
11:22:63. I love that this is a
didn't
thing
have
that we
one.
say as readers.
Read
I
it with my eyeballs.
or I read it with my ears. Also, Joanna's
That
here.
might be
Or no, Kat.
exactly what I've been
Sorry.
reading.
I'm barely a human, guys. I'm just now starting to feel like I am myself after my whirlwind trip to New York, where I walked 100 miles and saw 5 shows and 4 bookstores, 6 friends, 2 museums, and a partridge. in a
2
pear
turtle
tree.
doves and a partridge in a pear tree.
It was a
They're
lot.
very sweet.
I also
You're
met
doing
Niles
great.
Crane. It was super fun.
Wow, that's an icon.
That's fun. How was that?
Yeah,
Really?
it's the first time ever in my life that I've stage doored, and it was for the Pirates of Penzance musical because it had Ramin Karimloo, who's one of my favorite Broadway performers, but also David Hyde Pierce and Jinx Monsoon.
That would do it.
So I was like, this is worth hanging around for.
Listen, I'm glad you had fun.
I
I
can't.
meant to ask you about that earlier, but I got sidetracked. So,
What?
hey, Cat. There you
But
go.
for this read along, I'm an explorer.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting confused because my literal navigator is from, yeah. Anyway.
Well, dang, I've been looking for an excuse to pick up Zodiac from Alana. Tom, thank you for not giving her an excuse to buy more books. I like that we're talking to both sides of this personality here.
I love
Tom
it.
and Alana are both in the chat.
I like that.
But also, Alana, buy the book anyway.
I was gonna say I didn't want to like encourage you if you're trying not to like but you can just buy it. You know what I mean? Do it. It's also on KU, so
Yeah.
you could just read it there.
And the more books you read on KU, you can eventually start costing Bezos money.
Yeah. So just do it.
We're all for. Yeah.
You know?
It was really cool. He played the Major General in Pirates of Penzance, but set in New Orleans with a jazzy score.
Oh, fun. I love.
Yeah. But he was great.
Did you plan on meeting him? Or was it like
I hadn't even bought the tickets for that show before I left. The only show I bought tickets for was the first night, because Jayla, Catherine, and I all went to go see Cabaret with Orville Peck.
Mm-hmm.
And
how was that? Because I know that was right? Yeah. I love that dude.
Brilliant.
I was just talking about him a day ago. I was like, this man, you don't even know.
And like he's gotten so much buzz, we didn't want that show to sell out before we could go. And Jayla only had one night that she could get together with me while I was there before she had to go to Atlanta. So the whole theater's completely retooled.
Oh.
Yeah. He's the one with the mask. The country singer.
Monique doesn't like him apparently. This is news to me.
I don't like him. It's just every time I hear about him, I like make note of it, but I never know.
His voice sounds like Elvis. That's how I always remember him, because he just literally sounds like Elvis.
Queen of the Rodeo?
Yes.
Cowboys are frequently fond of each other?
Yeah, he's definitely gay for sure.
Yeah, I just always forget about him.
He just did a song with the Wiggles called Friends of Dorothy.
The country music, so it's never
just think of it as more like 40s Elvis music instead of country, which is low-key the same thing, but
I don't
it's
listen
fine.
to Elvis either. It's just like
this sound. Well, in most defense, he stole most of his songs from Black artists, so like, don't listen to Elvis.
Yeah,
bro, I thought you were talking about Orville Peck right now. I was like, you're joking, Elvis. But Elvis for sure, 100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Orville Peck listened to, and he felt like he had been on a Broadway stage for 20 years. Like he
absolutely
was so good.
I can believe that. Every music video he's in, I'm like, cinematic masterpiece.
It was brilliant.
He knows how to act. He knows how to do it.
So unhinged. It was great.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah. She just got home from work. We're gonna record something, so who knows if I'm gonna get that much reading done in this sprint.
Well, if you guys need to record something, do we need to go into a sprint so you can record away?
I mean, honestly, I thought she was gonna be home at 6:30, so I had 15 minutes left in my brain, but we can do whatever. I'm enjoying
the traffic was kind. Well, we already had Molly peace out on us.
Molly said I will be reading for the foreseeable future. We can go into a sprint. We might as well. That's what we're here for.
What are you feeling? What's the vibe?
I like long sprints, but like also I know that you do too, but it's also whatever the chat wants to do. I feel like I'm always like, all right, guys, we're going into a 2-hour sprint, and it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So you guys on the other side, but I'm down for whatever I could do as long as it's not 30. Listen, I hate those ones.
I don't have time to putter around in a 30-minute sprint.
Yeah, I gotta putz. I have to putz, which is why I think I like an hour-long sprint, because I can putz for 15 minutes and read for 45. It's like the perfect amount of time.
Or sometimes I read for 45 and then putz.
Yeah, like I just need a putz time, Absolutely. And then we yap for like 45 more minutes.
Yeah. I mean, please let me remind you that the last time you and I were on sprints together, we only managed one actual round of reading.
I know. That's why I was like, we need some rigidity here. We need a plan. Let's go. Let's do a sprint. Yeah, you've convinced me. Let's do it.
Sarah says at least one other activity must be done during a reading sprint. Here.
I already know it. I already know what Sarah's gonna say. Sarah's gonna say an hour and some change.
An hour and some
And
change.
you know what? I agree with you, Sarah.
Putz time, trademark.
Putz time. Yes. Yes.
Gotta have that putz
PT.
time. Okay, but hour and some change. Sometimes I get real kooky when people are like, we're gonna read for an hour, and I will specifically set the scroll bar for the weirdest time. Like, we're gonna read until the 57. I'm not an unchanged girl.
I want to
sometimes.
say I have no idea what you're saying right now.
Like you're at and change because you want to read to the hour or the 15. Sometimes I'm like, okay, an hour. It's 8:16 right now. We're gonna read until the 16.
Let's do it. Whatever you just said. I think you said an hour and 15.
An hour and 15 would be to read until the 31.
Or we can
actually
do it
by the time I
even.
get
If
this
it, like,
done, it'll
bothers
be
you,
to
we
the
can do until we can do whatever.
I don't have any sci-fi ambiance downloaded to my laptop, which is how it works the best. But I do have a lo-fi, so I'm gonna put that on. And if we hate it, then I will do something else next time. Okay, bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. How was that sprint for you? I dealt with work for about 45 minutes of that sprint and then putzed and then barely read. So I putzed too close to the sun, I fear. But how did you guys do? I read probably another 5% of my arc, Unbreakable World. So this has multiple perspectives, space travel, and a young girl who has lost her memory after being young girl. She's 30, but she lost her memory after being cryogenically frozen, which she's very lucky that she didn't die apparently in this world. And she has now been kidnapped by some junk purveyors or thieves, or we're not entirely sure yet, to pose as a monk from an isolationist society for an isolationist society that has decided that it is the first place where humans have ever come from, even though they're very clearly not. So it's got some really interesting religious conversation and isolationism, which is very apropos right now, and some other stuff going on, and really enjoying it. We've got some flashback perspectives of somebody that we don't know who they are, who's on this planet. We've got perspectives of the junk hauler head guy, the girl that they've kidnapped, and the girl who's trying to get her to understand what they're wanting her to do. But I'm having a good time with it. It's kind of giving a little bit of Anastasia vibes because this young girl has all the things that they need. Hello. To make her make sense for this heist. And she doesn't know why because she doesn't have her memory. So, like I said, giving kind of the Anastasia cartoon vibe, but in space.
La la la. Sorry.
Yeah. Heart don't fail me now.
Heart don't fail me now. One of my favorite movies.
So this book is giving Anastasia in space.
Wait, okay, so I missed it, but I'm glad that you're enjoying it, question mark?
Yeah. The little that I read this sprint, but definitely mystery, heist, amnesia, weird isolationist society, aliens. Probably a romance somewhere in there. We'll see.
We love a probable romance.
Yeah. I wouldn't put it past Red to put a romance in here.
I love it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. After we talked, I too started my book, so at least we both read a little bit.
We did it. Which book did you read?
I continued with Last Watch because let me just say this.
Okay.
I don't know what's gonna happen in this book at all. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But our executive captain, our sir, she
Rake. Rake.
Is that her name?
Mm-hmm. She's Adequate Rake.
Thank you, Adequin. I was like, because I keep calling her like Addie or something. Adequin Rake. She is a bad bee. She's giving like, I don't understand when people like me syndrome. You know what I mean? She's that girl.
Yeah.
So Griff, the dude who's in charge of the Tempest, the captain of the Tempest. I thought Adequin was gonna have a romance with the prince, which I still am like.
I was wondering if that's who you were shipping.
Yeah, I'm down bad for that shipping because like I can already see that they will have a beautiful relationship. Griff though has been in love with Adequin since the dawn of time. Okay, and I fear because he is in a different time zone. I know y'all are like, what are you even talking about, Christine? Because I haven't talked about this book at all. So like, just humor me for a second. But because he's in a different time zone, like for y'all watching, she's in a time zone where time moves at like, if it's 10 years have passed, for him it's 10 months. So every year for her is a month for him. So if he's
traveling across space time, so he's traveling faster than time.
Yes, he is traveling super fast because he's also traveling closer to this thing that they call the
edge of the universe.
Sorry, I'm eating. That they call the divide. Okay.
They're at the
So
edge
y'all are
of the
caught up.
universe.
Yeah, like y'all are caught up on what's going on. In this book, they are patrolling to essentially make sure that no one is going to attack their, I forget the term for it, but like their colony. I don't know what it's called.
The
Anyway,
universe. Yeah.
is it the universe?
Yeah. Like it's literally they're protecting the whole of the universe from an alien threat that they believe came across the divide from a different
Right.
universe, from across the known universe to kill them.
Right. So like already there's lots of questions going on because like they don't know anything for certain. They're going off of what they think they know, which we all know is the only way that humans, like normal people, can, live because we don't have special powers. But like obviously that's not what's going on. You know what I mean? So anyway, Griff is back from his 6-month venture, which has been 6 years to her. And so their relationship's interesting because every time he comes back, she is like years older than the last time he saw her. And he's come to this point where he's like, I don't want to be on the Tempest anymore because if I'm away from you, like for 10 more months, you're going to be as old as me. And like, I don't want to like see you in that space. Like, I want to spend time with you because I like you as a person. And I'm like, Griff, I know that you're in love. You know that you're in love. She doesn't know though. So I need you to tread lightly, sir, because she's about to freak out because she's seeing you as a mentor and you're in love. And buddy, that's just, it's a dicey situation. And I know that they're not going to be endgame because I have a feeling Griff is going to die. Listen, he's in my
You're
heart.
making some bold predictions at this phase, Christine.
Yeah, but this is what happens with the side characters. Like I always love the side character, and the side character that I love specifically is the one that dies. Every time. So I'm just saying it. If he dies, I will cry. Okay.
I love it.
So anyway, but there I was shipping her and the prince, and now I'm like, Griff is kind of hot.
Cavalon, little baby Cavalon prince.
Yeah. He's a silly, goofy dude. Like I like that guy. And he's smart and he's
smart
rebellious. Like
yeah.
All the fun things that you would want in a prince,
Yeah.
Sounds like he's doing, the Lord's work because he's over here telling his grandpa, hey, you can't like clone people. That's like against morality rules. Anyway,
goofy time.
Listen, I love drama, and this book is giving. So
there's a lot of drama throughout the series. The drama just keeps expanding and multiplying.
The thing is, I don't own these books, but I think I'm gonna buy them because I keep like forgetting people's names and like the terms for things, and like I need to see it with my eyes for me to remember it.
I have a spare copy of the third book.
I'll take it. Yes.
So I'll send you my spare copy because I pre-ordered it from my local bookstore, and then I can't remember what J stands for anymore, but she did a pre-order campaign from her local with signed personalized books. I was like, yes, please. So I did that. Now I have to.
I'm wondering, do they have special editions of this? Have you ever seen any?
I haven't seen a special edition.
I'm gonna make a petition. I need more special editions of sci-fi books. That's what I'm saying.
I have a beautiful special edition set of Long Way to a Small Angry Planet that I am just like so grateful that I have. I have the whole series, all 4 with the British covers, sprayed galaxy spines, holographic foiling, and signed.
Waterstones? When I get over to England, you better watch out, Waterstones.
It was
who was it? Broken Bindings?
It wasn't Broken Bindings. It was another one.
Not Fairy Loot. I just saw myself in this video. I look very piratey right now.
Yeah. I thought you did that intentionally, Christine. I really
did. No, I like put this on because I just got these, and like I just like to have my hair back, and also I'm wearing this Beyonce shirt, so I don't know. Nice. It like seemed like it matched. I didn't realize I'm like yo ho Pirate's Life for me right now.
Pirate's Life for You. Apparently, Midword Press did a special edition
Ooh, I like them.
of
I just discovered
just
them.
The Last Watch.
Okay.
Looks like it's still
Missed
available.
opportunity. Oh! Can you send it to me, please?
Character art on the cover.
See, that's what I'm talking about. We need more character art for sci-fi books. I know they used to do it back in the day, and now they're in this era of like, let's just show space in text. But like, y'all, you got to get me with them characters. Come on now.
It's signed by the author.
Yes, please. Put adds to cart immediately.
What was the one? Their color is yellow. Illumicrate?
Illumicrate, yeah.
Yeah, that's who I got my special edition Long Way series. I also have a special edition trilogy set of the Children of Time series, which I bought
They
from
do
Broken
sci-fi?
Binding. Yeah, this one was a special for some reason, but Broken Binding did the full Children of Time trilogy. I think I bought it for like $120, and I could sell it right now for 1,000, and I'm real tempted to because like
What the
that's a
hell?
good return on investment. It's a very
Oh
popular
yeah,
series.
900%. Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe I don't need them that bad. But they don't do as many. Oh, and I have a really fun broken binding of Ascension. That's right here. Which has the like continuation edges.
Oh, wait.
I loved this book. If you ever
Who's the
have like
author of
a
this?
huh?
Who's the author of this?
This is Nicholas Binge.
Okay.
I just picked up, and Emily, Sam, and I are reading this month as part of our buddy read his newest book called Dissolution, which is a time travel one. But this, the whole purpose of this is it's all found media. So, like, a guy has been missing his brother for 30 plus years. He's suddenly found in the middle of nowhere and ends up in an insane asylum. And he goes to visit his brother, and only his brother like dies pretty quickly after. And he finds these letters that his brother had been writing to this guy's daughter, but never sent, about a thing that had happened in the 90s where a mountain appeared in the Pacific Ocean out of nowhere and no one knew what it was. And he was sent with a group of scientists to explore. Only weird crap is happening on this mystery mountain. And from there on, everything is head explodey. Like, what's happening?
Sounds really good. Sounds also like the Bermuda Triangle.
Very that. But
Yeah.
I read this with Sam and Emily last year, and then I walked into my local, and the sci-fi guy was there, and I was like, "Hey, I just need to know, have you read Ascension yet?" And he's like, "What a mind fuck!" Immediately, like, "What a mind fuck!"
Wow, I like this guy. What a mind fuck.
What a mind fuck! Like, I'm gonna think about that book for ages.
I feel like I should read that.
Yeah,
Can
I
fit that
really
in
enjoyed
somewhere?
it. So it's like partially prose, partially letter. There is like one of the scientists that's on the mountain with him is his ex-wife, and we've got this like
Oh!
history between them that we're trying to figure out why they're estranged
You know,
and
I
what
love
hurt has happened
drama.
between them. Yeah, very drama, very interesting, otherworldly, and just like it broke my brain in the best way.
Is that on our rec list? On our book rec
Yes.
list? Okay, great.
Let me see if it's going to show up on any of yours. But it's
Probably
definitely
not,
on
but like
there.
I can always just read it for a bonus prompt. I don't care.
Yeah. I'll take a look and see if it'll show up. Okay, so Hillary read 28 pages, getting very interesting. Yeah, and you're still in the pre-uprising period, right? Like, so you're just seeing the robots like as they're starting to kill all humans. Not that one. Sorry, I'm looking at your things. It could count for your coming out of retirement. A little bit.
A little.
It could count for
Halfway.
the next prompt.
Should I just do that?
It will not count for your fourth prompt.
I believe that.
So it could count for 2 or 3.
Amazing.
You could get it from the library, so it could be a bonus. It could count for Monique's bonus prompt, the high stakes action wild twists, or a new to you author.
So lots of options is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Do we think the audio would be good?
Huh?
Do we think the audio would be good because it's like kind of thrillery, sort of?
Let me ask the Divided group if any of them read it by audio, because I definitely did not.
It just sounds like because it's so action-packed that it would be good.
Unless the narrator was bad for some reason. I can't imagine it would be.
Right. Like Red Rising, R.I.P.
I attempted to read that last year during either Galactic-thon or the holiday one, Reindeer Readathon, but I made it about 50 pages in and stalled real hard. Huh?
I'm just saying Reindeer Readathon.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, did you hate it because of the writing or did you hate it because of the narrator?
I think I would like past book 1, but book 1 I'm just not vibing with.
Yeah, gave too much Hunger Games.
Yeah.
Me and Emily ate that shit up.
Like, I think I'd like it past the first one, but I got to get through the first one.
The second one is my favorite in the entirety of the series. So, listen.
Sarah read 100 pages of 11/22/63 in that sprint. So, like, good. You read all the pages for all of us.
Yeah, literally.
700 more to go. Doing great.
Yeah, I was like, 700? Do you know you have 30 minutes?
It's chunky. So pretty. Yeah. So that is the book that was both in letter and prose, and it's called Ascension by Nicholas Binge.
She's stunning.
That was the British cover, though, because Broken Bindings.
Yeah, and they also just know how to do a cover, I swear.
Oh, and Owl Crate has started doing a quarterly sci-fi special edition.
Yeah, the Owl Crate is like hit and miss sometimes.
I know. The one that they did for this first one, I haven't received it yet, but I did go ahead and sign up for it because it's absolutely Mira Grant's newest book, Overgrowth, which is a first contact, like, alien invasion story. And Mira Grant is the same one who did Into the Drowning Deep, which I loved. Mm-hmm. So when I get that, I'll send you pictures.
Yeah, I would love. Would love to see.
But I don't know what the rest of it's going to be.
Find out.
We shall see. But yeah, there's not a ton of special edition sci-fi in this world.
Sad. No, I think the only one that I know of off the top of my head is a non. First of all, I say I'm not really a sci-fi reader, but I have read like a good amount of sci-fi now that I'm thinking about it. But
you have.
I'm just not like deep into like the. I don't know. Why am I not giving myself credit? I was like, wait a minute. When I was in my NetGalley bag, I was reading sci-fi more than I did now. I just haven't read it recently. But off the top of my head, the only special edition that's like even on our shelves, I think, is the Leviathan Wakes. And that was like a basic. It's just like sprayed edges from Barnes & Noble. It's not anything. Yeah, like it's not. No character art. Nothing fun. Listen.
I was trying to see. I thought Broken Binding had made a post at one point. Maybe they took it off. But in all the tariff conversation, I think briefly they were saying yeah, here it is. They do not expect to stop shipping to the US. Because like Waterstones isn't. Waterstone's like, no, we're not shipping to you guys anymore.
Yeah. And a lot of that is political, so
yeah.
They can probably afford it. Waterstones is like Barnes & Noble. you know.
With Broken Bindings, we'll usually do some good sci-fi specials.
I've never ordered from them, but I always like their editions. So
yeah, I've now got 4 books on my shelf from them.
You're a fan.
I've had a good time with them.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with
I've had
that.
0 complaints.
I just always see unboxings that people do, and I'm like, wow, this is definitely influencing me.
I bet that you would do well in their next rep search. Not gonna lie.
Maybe. Yeah.
They post about them.
Yeah, I always see those, and I literally will tag it to be like, oh, I'll do this later, and then I forget about it. I'm like, oh, well, a moment has
I'll
passed.
harass you next time I see it.
There we go. I was like, everybody, yeah, just harass me. Tell me to do it. I'll do it. Jean, it's Ascension is the name of it. It's cool because it reminds me of that Alice Feeney book. The one that she, A Beautiful Ugly, because it's got like the mountain in the background.
Oh yeah. They did just do the Empire of Silence duology.
Oh, that's the one I think I saw from Broken Binding, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because I was like, wow, I've had that on my Everand for like 10 years, I swear. Not 10 years, but like I've had it there for so long wanting to read that because I'm like, this, if I'm gonna read a sci-fi, I should read it. So you haven't read it either.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Monique started it, but I have not heard a word about it. So, you know.
We could buddy read it in a distant future when we get our shit together.
We just have to like, what I'm realizing about, you know, the future of like relationships online and stuff, and like people you don't see in person all the time.
Yeah.
You literally have to harass somebody and like not and be unapologetic about it. Be like, listen, this is my friend, and like they're gonna accept me for who I am. So if I harass them a little bit, like probably a strong word, but like we literally just have to like make it a point to be like, okay, listen, this week or like whatever, this month, probably it'll take us a month, I'm sure, to read that book. We're doing this regardless of excuses, unless God forbid something really crazy happens, but like otherwise, no excuses. We're doing this.
Like my life after I got back from LA.
Yeah, literally. Like we are no excuses. We're doing it, sweetie. And if you don't do it, excommunicated. We have to have consequences. That's literally how I roll these days. I'm like, if I don't do
consequences, do it or else.
That's right. Like read or dare style, you know?
That's how I like first encountered you guys, was read or dare, I feel like.
I think it is as well. I miss that readathon.
That was chaos and always so much fun to watch you guys be chaos.
Literally so fun. I think we're trying to do it again, but we can't do it in June because people have conflicts. So I'm like, all right, well, you guys let me know when you're ready. I like it to start off summer though.
Yeah.
But
kick off the goofy times.
It really is. Neither here nor there. So
Jean is also saying that J.R. Ward is looking for reps. Is that a person?
Why does that sound familiar? J.R. Ward is definitely an author. It sounds so familiar. I want to say it's a fantasy. I want to say it's a dark fantasy
Black
author.
Dagger Brotherhood.
Yeah, right. That sounds familiar. I haven't read those.
Jessica Rowley Pellbird Blakemore is her full name.
What in the world? Meanwhile, I looked up J.R. Ward in a funeral home, popped up on my Google. Jesus.
I got Jessica Rowley Pellbird Blakemore, an American novelist.
What her full ass name? J.R. Ward.
She writes paranormal romances.
Hey. What?
We're looking at the same person.
Will there be a book 23 in the Black Dagger Brotherhood series? Jesus. This is like
a long way to go before she is at Ruby Dixon levels. Let's be real.
23 is a good start, though.
Yeah.
All book series by J.R. Ward. People have written literal articles about this. Okay. Amazing. Jeez Louise. This looks fun though. I knew this was fantasy. I was like, there's no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no
Ain't
thing,
no
but
way. Jean also discovered you guys during a Reader Dare.
yeah, I mean, honestly, that was a good freaking time.
So we heard from Sarah and Hillary. Did anybody else get any reading done? Because Christine and I barely did.
I mean, yeah. Well, catch me on this next print though.
Well, you're in full pirate gear now. You're locked and
I
loaded.
really, yeah. I didn't know that I was transforming as I put this on, but somehow I have become a pirate.
It's
really
a
the
shame that
earrings,
this wasn't
too.
part of your announcement video.
I know. I'm like, I really could have done something here, but it's fine, you know? Like, it's fine. We're figuring it out.
Hey, Liz. Just logged in and updating your planner. Very fun.
I love it. I need
Very
to do that as well.
importante.
Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah,
Thanks for the reminder.
How behind I am on my book journal right now.
Bujo?
My Bujo's real behind.
I literally loved my Bujo so much, and now it's just like I can't. I have like, I think I told you this, but I'm doing like a Google Sheets thing this year. I like got the rec from Jess because she uses this one girl's template, and it's like actually kind of cute, like, you know,
fun.
Whatever. But I really like it because I don't have to make anything. I can just plug in the info, and then I get all these fun stats. So
love that. Yeah, I had to spend 3 months at my parents' house last year because of my AC and my mother's health and all sorts of stuff. And I clearly didn't bring all of the Bujo supplies over. And then it just became really challenging to get back in the habit.
Yeah, like a little bit of a hassle sometimes.
Yeah,
you have to have time
to like get myself back in the swing. Like I got all of my 2025 spreads done, and then was like, that was a lot for being out of practice, and walked on.
Yeah. I used to love it. It was definitely a COVID thing. But yeah, I wish I had I probably could have more time. I just would have to make it, but yeah, right now it's just a busy season of my life.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I'm hoping January was
so
just
bad.
hard or February, March. With the world was hard. I'm hoping that as we get into the summer, I can just like catch up and be back in the swing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I feel like there's a new final boss every month. There's a new something that we have to like freaking.
Yeah, but I'll say like I'm 40 this year.
Hey,
there's still something in my brain.
I didn't realize you were 40 this year. I thought it was next year.
In June. That was one of the reasons I went to New York. Was like an early birthday
for your
present.
Yeah. I just thought you were doing like a fun trip because so like for birthdays and stuff, Monique is always like, she's always like, oh, we should do something like fun for your birthday. Cause like all of our friends do fun stuff for their birthday, but I never plan anything. I'm like very weird about it. I don't know. And so I'm trying this year to like actually plan something fun for my birthday. Have I done a single bit of planning? No. Is it
because you're also a June baby, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm like earlier than I'm June 6th. So
yeah, and I'm 25.
Yeah, like you got time. But like me, I should have been planning this 3 months ago. But you know what I was doing 3 months ago?
I already knocked my birthday out. I'm done. As far as I'm concerned, I'm 40.
Honestly, and like we're better for that.
Well, because I'd originally wanted to celebrate my 40th by going on a trip down the Nile because my undergraduate degree is in ancient Near Eastern history, but I remember you don't want to do that right now.
No, not in Egypt, girl.
Not right now. So I basically took the money I was going to spend doing that and just blew it on seeing whatever shows I wanted to in New York. Because usually when I go to New York, I maybe only eke out time for one. Or 2 maybe. So this was I'm doing 5.
I love that, honestly. Like that's great.
But yeah, but I tend to still think of, even though I'm 40, sometimes I still think of years as being academic years. And like summer's
So
that time where you can just sort of reinvent everything and start your next year fresh. And being a June baby too,
summer
like my
is
years for me begin in June. Like I start in July essentially with a new year.
Yep. Yep. I say that almost every year. It's like a very similar mindset, I think. Because like summer for me is also like a resurgence almost. Like spring is
rebirth
like where I
time.
lay low. And I don't like try and do stuff, which is crazy because springtime is like festival season and it's like literally everything's going on in spring. But then in summer, like right after my birthday, I feel like I just like Super Saiyan and I'm like, and then I reset. So, which makes sense because I go on like my family trip in July. So I feel like
Mhm.
after that, I kind of have like a huge reset. And I'm like, all right, listen, this is what we're doing for the rest of the year. 6 months to go. What are we doing?
Do this. Lock
Yeah,
in.
I do. I lock in. I know that about myself.
I
So
feel that
nice to see
completely.
that we both have the same we both have the same thinking. We're like, yeah, we're June babies. We're superior.
We may be separate signs, but we still have the same mentality.
Yeah, it's summer. Like summer, yeah, it's a special time of year. I feel like every season I'm always like, this is my favorite season. But yeah, obviously birthday month is special.
Different. Liz is
Yeah.
reading Where the Library Hides. I've never heard of this book. Have you? Are
I
you
don't know what
enjoying
that
it,
is
Liz?
either, but it sounds fun.
You
I
enjoying?
hope it's fun.
Michael is here.
Michael!
Captain Christine is ready to set sail.
Arg.
Are you reading anything, Michael, or are you just hanging out with us?
Hey Liz, I haven't seen you in so long. I was thinking that. I mean, I saw you recently, but like before that, I was like, Liz, where the hell you been, girl? Where the hell you been,
Where you
loca?
been, Loca?
Yeah.
Oh.
Which is now on Netflix, if anybody's wondering.
Oh.
You know, if they're looking for a little Twilight.
My
Twilight
friends, I hung out with my friend's son a bit this afternoon, and he was telling me about how he thought he was gonna watch the Twilight Zone, but it was just the Twilight movie.
Oh my God.
He's
That's
11. He's like,
hilarious.
I don't know what that was.
Yeah. And you know what? It's probably past your time, sir. So really, that's all I can say.
Watching your planner videos was very entertaining, Christine.
I know I used to be a whole different person. I was so much fun back then. And now who am I, you know?
You're still fun. You've just got
I'm trying.
responsibilities.
It's true, adulting. And it's fun because I was like actually a full ass adult back then too, but for some reason it just didn't feel as like crazy back then.
Well, the COVID times and the like just past COVID times, time didn't matter. Things
Yeah.
didn't matter. Everything was just like you were in an alternate
Bliss.
reality for a brief period.
It really was. It's so funny. Actually, this is not funny. It's actually a little like sad, like a little melancholy, but during COVID, that was like the end of my 20s, basically. So like,
Yeah.
you know how people always have like an existential crisis about their lives and like who they are and you know all this stuff was happening and I always think of
the world was
time.
having an existential crisis.
Literally, like, and it's very bittersweet that time because like, yeah, it was the end of my 20s, but also that's like when me and Monique started on BookTube and we started like making content like for books because previous to that we had always made content together, like just like silly goofy videos and
Yeah.
like we had like a YouTube and all this stuff anyway. But yeah, that time is just so interesting to think about because it was like so bittersweet to have that moment, but also like it marks the start of like the Roomies Digest, you know, which
Yeah.
I mean we love. So
The death of your 20s, but the birth of the Roomies.
yeah. And honestly, like I don't know, a lot of people were really they kept giving me advice and being like, oh, your 30s, except for you. I feel like you were like, you're gonna love your 30s.
But yeah,
But
30s are way better than your 20s.
and I agree. Like, I don't know, I just didn't have my shit together when I was in my 20s.
No,
And I
nobody
think
does.
yeah, like I think society thinks that you should like know exactly what you're doing and like be a professional and like your brain is still developing like for half that time, you know? So I
By
think
the time
like
you
we're
hit your
really hard.
30s, you have a better sense of who you are. You have a better sense of what you want out
Yeah.
of life, and you can go forward confidently and
Yeah.
just exist beautifully. It's great.
Yeah. And like you just I don't for me, I don't know what other people are like, but for me, I just like don't care anymore. I used to like really put a lot of stock into it. And granted, like I wasn't diagnosed autistic before then. So like, I had to go through all that. But
Yeah.
yeah, now I'm just kind of like, I'm just gonna be myself and people either
Yeah.
like me or they don't.
I feel like I
You
had a
know?
better understanding and a better appreciation for who I was as I entered into my 30s. And you're more
Like,
forgiving of yourself and what you want to do and enjoy, you know?
yeah. And like, you're always
Stop
gonna mess
caring
up. Like
what people
that's just part
think.
of life. But like have some grace. I really feel bad for 20-year-olds. I'm like, people are so mean to y'all, you know?
Sorry to any 20-year-olds in chat. Also, thank
Yeah.
you, Liz. And Hillary's between us.
Ooh, another June baby.
Another June
Yeah,
baby.
I do like June a lot. My grandpa's birthday was in June, and yeah, my birthday. I don't know. June is just a good month. Yeah, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think it's a great month.
Yeah.
Michael's
Remy!
in bed with Remy, the Yorkie.
Yee!
The
I remember
Yorkie.
Rims.
Bye, bye.
Little
Give
baby.
him scratches for us. Oh, in a reading slump for the last 2 months. Yeah.
Yeah.
The world's on fire.
That's
It's really
yeah.
hard.
That and like
Like,
also producing content in that kind of like space where like you're trying to also be like, hey, this really important thing is happening. Make sure you pay attention to this. It's like you think people have common sense about stuff, and then you're like, oh, wait, like we actually have to like say this out loud. Like you actually do need to support your library, and like, you know what I mean? Like stuff
yeah.
like we've
Oh, yeah.
always used Libby, but like we don't talk about it because we're just like it's like using any other app. But now it's like, oh, if you don't talk about it, like people don't know about it, you know? So we just had a lot going on these past couple months. We are like, wait a minute, we like need to get it together.
Well, and
You
it,
know?
it weighs on you. Like, I know at the start of the pandemic, and the start of this year has felt so much like 2020 to me.
Yeah.
At least
Yeah.
because of like some of the stuff that's directly impacted me, where, my company's been impacted by current political events and is having to do some layoffs. And like, there's just a lot of things that are reminiscent of March 2020 for me. And it hit in March 2025 for me. Um, but the first 6 months of the pandemic, I could not read. I could not focus. I could not engage. And it was just me disassociating without any literature whatsoever. It took a long
Yeah.
time for me to come back to myself and be able to pick up a book. And that's okay. I needed that time. And I couldn't have forced myself to do it.
Yeah. That's it. That's also another thing. Like when your brain is racing about other issues, like you can't focus. And I think I've been like really thinking about this because last year is when all this kind of stuff started happening. Like seriously, like obviously it has been happening, but like last year is when it became more of a reality because like the administration started changing, right? So like for me, I had a huge slump last year and I was like, why the
Mhm.
hell? I like did a big reflection last year and I was like, why did I slump for like 6 months? Like that's crazy because I usually read every day. And like it really is just because like my brain is thinking about just all the other stuff that's going on. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So this year has been like me trying to figure out how to have a balance of like, yeah, I'm
Mhm.
cued in on what's going on, but like instead of being like, oh no, like what do we do? Like I be the actual person that I am and be like, okay, we're doing this, this, and this to like actively fight against this, this, and this. You know what I mean? Because like I'm not the type of person that like sits and like lays my belly
Yeah.
out for somebody. Like that's not me. So I really had to like check in with myself and be
Yeah.
like, okay, I am not this person. Like, why am I acting like I'm a loser? I'm not a loser.
You had to get your pirate energy in.
Literally, I was like,
You had
okay,
to squash and
only
buckle.
losers don't do anything about stuff, you know. So, and I'm not that. Okay, Anyway,
That's
so
for
yeah,
damn sure.
not to go into the psyche of how we were. But. Laura,
I miss you.
hey.
I feel like I haven't engaged with your content in a while, and I'm sorry. I miss you.
I don't even ask me about engaging with content because I don't even watch my friends' stuff anymore. I am a loser in that respect.
I'm doing my best. We're all just doing our best.
It's true. It's true. I really am trying to do my best.
Liz was in her late 30s when COVID happened. Felt robbed. Now you're 41. The last 4 to 5 years have been a blur. Yeah.
It's how a lot of
I get
people
that.
feel. So you're not the only one. Anyone who went from a decade to another decade, I think during COVID, like I think they feel the same exact way. Yeah, Laura, start of the 30s.
Pause button.
Yeah. Monique always says that like we delete those years, so like we're not actually, because right now I'm about to be 33 this year. Monique is already 33.
Oh,
But
so now
like
I'm
she always
35.
says
Now.
we delete. Yeah, like literally you delete like those 2 years. So like really we're just 31. Vibes.
I get that. Oh no, Michael.
Michael, not you being a direct opposite of what we were just talking about.
I'm sorry, bud.
Chris, go.
It's so tough to be on the internet creating content when you slump too. Both not doing
Yeah.
a love hobby and also not, then you don't have videos.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like I don't know. I try and do the stuff that I want, like, but also like I am a content creator. So anyway, not to be like, woe is me. Like I have a lot of great stuff going on constantly. It's just
All that balance.
Yeah. And that's, something I'm learning. Giving myself grace with that. So
Jean hasn't been given a Laura's library as a suggestion in a year. Well, you got to subscribe so it comes up whenever she posts a new video. You don't have to wait for the
also,
suggestion.
yeah, if you click the notification button too, it'll show you directly.
Click that bell.
Yeah, click
you
that
haven't
bell.
engaged with my content because I haven't posted. Well, at least I feel a little better about that. I was like, I feel like I haven't clicked on a video in so long.
Listen, February's recent. Okay, that was literally
that's recent. And March sucked.
March? What even the fuck was March, dude? What even the fuck was April? Sorry, like I cannot believe it's May right now.
Chaos. Oh, I'm sorry, Michael.
Yeah, lots of people are losing their jobs. It's really wild to me.
I hope she finds something else fast. Health related, not age. Well, I didn't think it was age related. 30 is not ancient, Michael. I know we're in AARP together, but you just happened to be in your 30s when it happened. Yeah, that happens.
That's when the health problems start showing up. That's what people keep telling me.
I mean,
I'm like, all right.
Back a couple hundred years ago, this was old age.
Back a couple of years ago, 100 years ago, we'd be dead. So let's all just praise be to that.
As we start going backwards in time, we start becoming miracles of science in their eyes.
Yeah.
Just by existing.
And I stand by the fact that I am that miracle.
I am a miracle for simply existing in this world.
Miracle baby.
I'm
definitely
that happens too. Sure. Well, I'm so glad you stopped by, Laura. It was nice to see your beautiful face.
Yeah, we're hopefully having more sprints for this readathon, so hopefully you'll see more of us also on the internet.
We're doing our best. I'm sorry for not being in the same time zone as my actual PC at the start of this.
Readathon literally fine. I literally said to the group I was gonna sprint 2 days ago, and then I ghosted everybody.
You did ghost us all.
I ghosted the hell out of our chat.
Sure. How about this time? And then we didn't hear from you again.
It's because I put my phone on do not disturb. This is my toxic trait. I have learned that D&D is the best invention of our time. But I'll put my phone on D&D, and then it's as if I'm dead to the world. Like I don't look at my phone. I don't pick it up. Like if you text me, I will immediately be getting it in 2 business days.
No, not that D&D, Laura. DND.
DND. But also
Do not disturb,
DMD.
not Dungeons
I would
and
love to do a
Dragons.
D&D group online. So if anybody wants to do that for real, I've been trying to find people who want to do D&D online.
I've never played. Like, I am such a nerd. You would think that I have played, that I grew up the child of an evangelical in the 90s, and that wasn't the thing that was going to happen in my little small town.
No, yeah, weird. No, that wasn't going to happen at all. They would never let you.
Yeah, no. But a friend of mine at the bookstore, they work at the bookstore, is like, you've never played? I'm going to teach you. And then they never have.
Oh, fuck that guy or girl. Fuck that person.
Fuck that individual.
I would love, Laura, I would love. I feel like you'd be so good at is it GM or DM? Dungeon Master? General Manager? What's GM? Anyway.
Yes,
I
let's
would
do
love-
it, Laura. Teach us. Teach us the things,
Listen.
Laura. Start the chat.
I'm ready. I've been like talking about it in every space I can. I'm like yapping to the world. I'm like, who wants to
Waiting
play
for this moment
D&D?
for Laura to be here. Game Master, Dungeon
Game
Master.
Master. See, she
Yeah.
already knows.
She already knows.
Literally.
Laura,
She already knows.
we're gonna harass you about this now. As Christine
Yeah,
said, you
remember?
have to like stalk and harass.
You have to harass people. That's right.
And
And
now
I
you
will
got
also
two
need
of
to be
us who are gonna
harassed.
harass you.
That's right.
You guys are children.
Gene, that was such a like burn. But it turns out you guys are children.
Also,
was
I
really
have to
scary.
say, like, I'm turning 40 this year, clearly. And somehow I'm still constantly referred to as a child, and yet I am middle-aged. I'm like, when do I get to just exist as not being a baby? I'm not a baby. People are like, oh, you're young. Like, no, I'm not. And it's okay that I'm not.
My mom always
I'm literally
tells me,
middle-aged.
like, literally, no, that I feel, I don't know, like I'm an adult, but I'm like kind of still like fun. I feel like people are always like, when you get older, you just lose your like fun spirit. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't want that.
Oh, I don't know that I've ever been fun.
I think you have, and you still are. So that's don't talk about my friend like that.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but my mom
I did
always
drag
makes me
Mo to
feel
get covered
so
in
funny.
blood. So I guess I am a little fun.
What?
I did drag Mo to get covered in blood. So I guess I'm a little fun sometimes.
Yeah, I think you're a lot of fun, but like whatever. If you want to give yourself this much, that's fine. At least it's better than nothing.
See, Liz also hasn't played. We're a bunch of nerds who haven't played Dungeons and Dragons.
I know. Like, do you remember that
This
one
is
game?
America,
What was it
Michael.
called?
I'm sorry. This is some pure American health system bullshit. Sorry, bud.
I know. This is
literally. It happens when you live here.
That's why people go to different countries for stuff. Like you can go to Turkey and get like a full body like scan for like $200, and they like cure all your illnesses. They've got high tech medical gear.
Yeah,
it's like really crazy. I'm like, I feel like I should take a trip to Turkey if we can actually take trips out of the U.S. You know,
I don't feel super safe doing that right now. Not gonna lie.
No,
just
for sure not.
Who knows what's gonna happen while we're gone, and if we can even come back.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of that. I feel like they're not targeting white people, but you know, I digress.
Oh, look, Liz and Michael are only days apart.
Oh my God.
Look at the things we're discovering.
Look, I love it.
And Jean's like, you're all children.
Jean's like, y'all, I'm so over you. Listen, we're all still fun regardless, okay?
Oh my gosh, they're literally 3 days apart.
Well, this feels serendipitous. This is a group. Everybody's birthdays are kind of like grouped together. Jean, when is your birthday? I feel like you're a Capricorn. I think she said that.
And then Laura is 5 years behind. Are you also a March baby, Laura? So we group a lot in my family. My mom and I are about 10 days apart. She's in July. My dad and my brother are 4 days apart. But my mom's parents were born on the same day within an hour of each other at the same hospital.
So that's a very serendipitous
Only he
occasion.
was her second husband.
And her last husband, right?
Her last husband. But her,
It
her
was an
first husband
auspicious day.
her first husband died in World War II. So
Oh my God, bless him.
and he had
God.
such a great, like, epic name because they were the New Englanders. His name was Lenny Biscotti.
Oh my God, he's so cool.
Biscotti. No,
Bless
Laura's
him.
December Sag.
Yeah, that makes sense. You are a Sagittarius. November 1st, Genus. Okay. There you go. Scorpio, baby.
Scorpio.
That's
One of my
the
best friends is a Scorpio. All those water
I was gonna
signs.
say, yeah, that's like the Gemini's sister sign, where like people always think we're both bitchy. I feel that, Gene.
I love this. Oh. Where we zing when we don't necessarily intend to.
It's literally
Oh
how I
crap!
feel.
Jean has 5 November people in her family.
And I feel like being around that energy probably makes you guys even more like zingy. You know what I mean?
I've never met somebody with my birthday in the same year, but I
No.
have 4 friends who have the same birthday as me, and we're all wildly different ages. Like, one guy is 25 years older than me, and somebody else is 15 years younger than me.
That's diversity. Like that's.
But I know four people who have the same birthday as me.
I don't know anyone who has 6'6".
Oh no, 5, because my friend's daughter is also the same birthday as me, and she's 9. So I'm sorry.
See, now that's an auspicious day.
Same day, yes. Same year, no. Just my grandparents. Just my grandparents. Several people born on March 11th, but never 1984. The closest has been Michael.
Yeah. Well, y'all are
birthday
doing
ever.
it, so listen. That's all that matters.
Oh,
That's so cute.
It was my soulmate. Hey, it worked for my grandparents.
Yeah. That's so cute. I can't even.
That's precious. I have met someone born the same day in the same year. She was in the same elementary school. We were pretty much frenemies.
This Jean lore is so funny. Like, Jean, how have we never talked about this? This is so great.
She's like, all these years later, screw that girl.
We were pretty much frenemies. Oh wow, I really got a kick out of that. Thank you.
Yeah, we're all in love with Laura's elementary soulmate. I beg your pardon, we are not doing it. Doing what? What are we not doing? What did I say?
I have no idea. I'm like, wait, what did we say? Did we say something?
No.
Let me
I'm
know.
so sorry, Michael. My memory's going. What did I do?
Please. Get out of here.
It was pretty cute. Yeah.
You guys are so funny right now. Everybody's hilarious. I'm pretty cute. I don't know if I'm like giving you guys too much of an inflection, but like my brain saying these words is funny. Anyway. Let's sprint. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. How are you feeling?
I feel great. I'm like, low-key, should I?
Oh, wait, this isn't book club. No dirty jokes here.
Yeah. We're not doing class. Actually, I need to ask them what day we're doing that because I think we're doing that in like 2 weeks. But
what is the book this month?
So we usually would have Sarah host it, but Sarah like didn't want to be in classic lit anymore. So we are trying to figure out what we're gonna do in the meantime. And I think because we had the we had all of those like novellas because there's 2 other
Mhm.
novellas we had that we didn't do. I think we're gonna read those. So it's the Dino
Okay.
one that Monique picked, and then there's one from Manda that I am forgetting the name of. Is it from Manda?
Mm-hmm. I came in
I don't know.
so late on that sprint and read nothing. I failed.
Listen, I really liked the door. The door one.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That one was like strangely like Greek mythology mixed in with like this shapeshifter thing. And then I was like, this writing's not the best, but like it was cute.
Sometimes
You
that's
know?
what you need, though.
Yeah, like just a little
Genuinely.
palette refresher. So I think we'll do
Genuinely.
that, and then we'll do my pick in June, which I'm super excited for.
Am I gonna pick it up?
It's not a shapeshifter, I don't think, but
I've picked
you
up
might
things
like it.
that weren't shapeshifters. I've tried to anyway.
I'm trying to get back to core craziness because I feel like all my picks have been good picks, but they haven't been crazy.
Like they've been too good. I need some trash.
Like literally, and that's what people keep. The feedback I'm getting over the years is that my books are great, people love them, but like they're just not crazy. And I'm like, all right, listen, I'll find a crazy book for y'all. Y'all want to be crazy? Just
Speaking
wait.
of, Catherine did not, in fact, hold on to that mermaid shifter romance for me at Ripped Bodice. It was sold out when I got there, so I couldn't buy it. Could you please remind me of the title so that I could order it right now before I forget?
Oh my god, you're talking about number 1, right?
Yeah.
So the author is Emma Hamm, Hamm, and the book title is Whispers in the Deep. I'm pretty sure Emma Hamm. I think it's Whispers of the Deep. Whispers of the Deep.
Okay.
Dude, you're gonna love that. So, haha, me and Catherine were texting because I was like, when you read the second book, because the second book, I don't know why, but like second books are just my jam. Okay, I just love every second book that I ever read. But anywho, the follow up was so good that I was like, text me as soon as you start reading it. She like literally messaged me and she was like, "You're so right. This one is the best one." Because the pining of this character is so good. I'm like, oh god. So the first one's really good, but when you get into the second one,
Yeah.
text me, please.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, you're gonna hold one for me because I'm gonna buy it. Like that's the first thing I'm gonna grab. And if I got there, she's like, shit, I just sold the last one.
Useless.
I warned you
Useless.
for weeks.
Just order it from Ripped Bodice and then be like, ship this to me immediately.
Yeah, now I'm not gonna order it from Ripped Bodice on principle.
And that's on that.
Because I'm a petty girl.
It's okay, you know. Emma Hamm actually like has a bunch of cool shapeshifter books and
Yeah.
like her whole backlist is really cool. So if you like that one, then
Yeah.
go into like more of Emma Hamm. Actually, Jean, I will give you this rec. You Emma Hamm, Emma Hamm.
Like John
I
Hamm,
recently,
Emma.
yeah, literally, actually. So she has a bunch of books that I think you will enjoy. The one that we have been talking about recently is Whispers of the Deep, which is a merman shifter romance.
Apparently he's 16 feet long.
He is. I did a PowerPoint on it.
It was great PowerPoint. I
sure
saw that.
did. Yeah, and he is a huge mother effer. So
I mean, let's be clear. I still bought an unnecessarily large amount of books from Ripped Bodice that I then had to transport back to Texas.
Oh, absolutely. That makes the most sense, you know?
So.
But yeah, it's
but
fun.
not that one.
Not that one.
I was like ready for it to be the first book I like put in my little cart.
It's fine. Fine. You know, disappointment, that's a part of life.
Not bitter about it at all. It's fine. Boy asked for my hand in marriage when I was in kinder. He even talked to my mom. Said we were gonna get married.
That's so sweet. That's
live in a ranch. We're gonna have your own little Wild West romance.
Well, yeah.
It was cute too. Everybody was cute.
Back in the day, when we were all young warthogs.
I mean, to be fair, when I was a baby, I still had this face. I haven't changed that much. It was just a little rounder.
I say that about myself as well.
the frenemy also ended up living in my old townhouse when I moved out of your hometown, so she had to take your hand-me-downs.
Ooh,
She was trying to be you.
loser. I don't know why I keep saying loser. Sorry.
You really liked Unhinged. It was a great PowerPoint. Whispers in the Dark. Deep Dark.
Deep.
It's on
Whispers in
KU.
the Dark was a classic literature pick.
Yeah, it's on KU.
I think you will, because it gives me the same vibes as Ice Planets and also Zodiac Academy, like that kind of like addictive reading behavior.
Okay,
That's
I
what it
kind of
reminds
love the cover of book 4.
Oh yeah, she is stunning. I haven't read that
Here we
one, but
go.
that's my next one. Call of the Fathoms.
Yeah, that's book 4. That one's good.
So same energy if you like the Jesus, what are they called? Sorry,
like
my neighbor
Jesus?
just pulled up and my ADHD is like killing me right now.
Oh, that's fair.
The Soul to Keep books. That's where I was going with that.
I like that. Yeah, and this is literally customers who bought from this series also bought A Soul to Keep.
Yeah. It's like not the same author, but like same vibes. You know,
Guarded by the Golem. Is there a golem shifter romance?
by Emma Hamm.
No, Kara Wild. It's the
Oh, I was
Monster
like,
Security Agency series.
I don't know anything about that, but that sounds like a lot of fun.
It has
So.
11 books.
Ooh, see, that's what I'm saying. Addictive behavior. Listen.
Morals have no place in my line of work.
Ooh. So, what are you saying?
Oh, they're all guarded by. Guarded by the golem, guarded by the snake, guarded by the spider, kraken, leshy, vodnik, nightmare, reaper, phantom, Krampus, yeti.
I love Krampus. I love Krampus.
There's a little blindfold situation on the Krampus cover.
You're giving buzzwords. Blindfold. Hello.
The Reaper one is the cover's kind of giving.
Let me see. I want to see the covers. Ooh. Oh. Okay, Kara.
Yeah. Not mad at that.
No. You can't be mad at the Reaper, you know what I mean? Like,
No,
come on.
don't fear him.
Cute. He's cute.
Yeah, the golem kind of looks like a Fantastic Four fan fiction. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. It's a golem. That's like traditional though, so that makes sense.
He's made of clay. He's essentially
like I guess he Krampus looks so cool. He looks like a barbarian actually.
Yeah, he does. A little furrier. They've got good readings. They're all like 4 and over.
So are these different authors? I just saw one was Kara and one's Cassie.
It's Cassie Alexandra, Layla Faye, Kara Wild. Like these 3 authors wrote them together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just 3.
Okay. Stunning.
Add it to the list.
It's never ending.
Oh, on my flight to New York, I read a Bigfoot office romance, and it was good. I had a good time.
I love Bigfoot, dude. Like you and Bigfoot are like this.
And he's not my favorite cryptid.
I know. That's why I'm like cackling.
It just happens.
Bigfoot.
My favorite one is
I've ever, like,
I did read a Loch Ness Monster romance recently, and I had a good time with it.
Was it the what is her name? Lana Ferguson?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like her books. I think she's great.
This one was really good. I liked it better than Fake Mates.
Yeah.
I liked it better than Fake Mates. It had an adorable Scottish grandpa. It was precious.
Oh, I love Scotland. You should read The Nanny. That one's so good. I love that one.
Yeah, so far I've
Alana.
only read her creature
Okay,
romances.
listen, let's sprint because
Yes.
we got off the plot. I just thought
45 or
about
an
it.
hour.
It's up to you. I haven't, but I'll be looking that up. I'll be looking that
Yeah.
up shortly.
Send us some
That'll
more
take me
details
a
on
good
that,
time.
Jane. You want to read to the next 30?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Like a little less than an hour?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, how did we?
was like,
Were
I'm
we
gonna-
okay with the lo-fi, guys, or do you want me to put on some rain? Which would you prefer?
Oh yeah, I forgot that I was like trying to type in this group chat and it would not let me comment. I was saying I liked it.
Oh, I made it for
Flowers.
Emily. It's literally titled "Sci-Fi Lo-Fi for Emily."
It's amazing. I love it. Like I love the background picture. Love it.
Oh, Liz is
Looks
like
good.
rain. Bring the rain back.
I'm gonna switch it up. Ambiance. Ambiance.
Let me pull up
Ooh.
a rain one. Oh, that's not the right one. That's the one that's playing. Okay. Bye, guys. Hello. Welcome back.
I got to this part
Okay.
where I was like vlogging about, you can see the little cami.
Oh yeah.
I was vlogging about my predictions that I've already talked about here, right? And so then I had like the camera was still on and I just like started the audiobook because it was like a kiss was happening, right? Stuff was being said and I literally screamed because I was like, no. So I just stopped the audiobook because I was getting so. This is how I felt when I was reading Red Rising, and I knew something was going to happen, and I don't want to be sad.
Yeah, a little stressed.
I am so stressed out. I was like, no, I can't. I can't do it. Okay.
I hate to tell you, you're gonna be stressed out every book. But in
What's
the
funny
best
is the
way.
spiral I went down, being like, this could happen, or this could happen, or this could happen. And then I was like, I'm not going to tell you guys which one of these is right, but I know something's going to happen. I have a feeling. Anyway, yeah, I'm stressed. I'm stressed for sure. I was like, it's too happy. It's literally chapter 6. Y'all are way too happy. I'm sorry. No.
Oh, and the things that are gonna happen are gonna be wild. They're gonna be wild, Christy. This is only the beginning.
Okay.
You got this. And we're here for you. Emily, Sam, and I are here for you.
I'm going to have fun. Like, I already know because I'm invested. But, like, my God.
It's easy to get
It's
invested
just like,
very quickly in this one.
yes. And also, like, this dude is so sweet. I'm like, the sweet people die. I'm sorry. They're not going to live. They will die. So, like, and I'm like, even worse, what's even worse is if this fool goes on this freaking trip and then he gets lost in space and everybody thinks he's dead and then he comes back later. I'm like,
oh, I know exactly where you are.
As soon as he said, I'll do one more trip, I said, you're dead. He won't be coming back. They said, ring a ding ding. Hello, he's murdered. Anyway,
see, and I think when I got to that point the first time reading it, I was like, so we're never seeing him again. Like, he's gonna be gone.
No, he's too nice. 2, he just confessed his love. 3, he's going on a final trip. Yeah, it will be your final trip, buddy. Don't you know it?
I will neither confirm nor deny anything. I will say I think I got misty every single book for some reason.
Literally, I literally just teared up. I was like, oh my God. Because he's being so cute and she likes him. And I'm like, even worse, you have literally sealed his fate as
there has been pining for decades, like literal decades of pining.
As soon as he said that, I was like, no. I can't believe I got it on camera, but I'm like, no.
Your pain.
I can't take it. I'm so sad. I'm like, no, this fool. He was a good one.
For impact.
And she had to be Little Miss by the book. She was like, hello, you can't just train somebody in a day. You have to do at least one more trip. And he's like, fine, I'll do it. Fine, I'll do it for you. Anyway, this is my phone, obviously. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm nervous.
My dad had a phone like that when I was a kid. My dad had the full Zach Morris brick.
The brick. Anyway, yeah, so I'm worried. So I hung up.
I need a break.
I literally was like, I'd rather edit a video
you need to put it in the freezer.
than listen to you two talk about how much you love each other. Get out of here.
Do you need to put it in the freezer?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So
anyway, that's what I'm going
so
through.
Good. After I read that book, I could not stop yapping about it to anyone.
Yeah, it's literally so good. I'm
Same with
Rubicon.
Rubicon.
People aren't talking about it.
Right? It's so good.
Yeah, y'all are fools. I'm about to shame the entire internet. Don't you worry.
She has she has book 4 mapped out, but I will tell you she doesn't have book 4 deal yet. So we need to get the
For
hype up
this
so we can get the book
series,
4 deal. Yeah.
who published this?
Who published that? Tor.
I'll look it up.
Tor.com.
Oh, I'm gonna write them a letter.
Please do.
If you think I'm not about to act like a fool, y'all don't know who I am.
Tor.com needs to get their act together because she's got a book 4 ready to run.
You know,
but it is not signed.
I was also thinking, like, what do they call books that are sci-fi romance? Because you know how they call fantasy romance romantasy?
Yeah, we don't have enough of those in the genre, I think, to give it a name. It hasn't trended anywhere yet to get a
If
hyphen
we
name.
thought that like women weren't represented in fantasy books, boy, do we not have any rep in freaking sci-fi. So
Although we have started getting a ton more women writers in the genre over the last like 20, 30 years, which is really nice.
I
But
feel like I only read women. Adrian is like the first man besides Pierce Brown. And
see, I've been reading
June.
sci-fi since I was a kid, so there's just been a lot of white dudes for a lot of
Yeah.
my reading history.
Yeah, see, my sci-fi renaissance started in 2020, so I had the pleasure of having like a bunch of women already.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had a lot of white dudes.
Yeah.
Old white dudes.
I'm really about to yell about this book. If Tor.com doesn't pick it up, they're dumb as hell,
At
and
least
she
that's the
needs to
last
go to
update
orbit.
she gave us was that she had a 4th book planned and plotted, but the deal hadn't been signed yet. I can harass her and be
So
like,
maybe
"Hey,
they're like just figuring it out.
maybe," but
Yeah.
it wasn't signed at the release of book 3.
What happens at the end of book 3 that would make
I can't
them
tell
not want to
you.
move?
Like, it is so far beyond what you are in right now that even if I told you, it wouldn't make any sense.
I was already trying to explain to the blog. I was like, let me tell you how this time thing works. And it was already confusing. I was like, well, the author definitely explains it way better than I just did. So read the book.
Yeah.
But like, my God, even
Yeah.
explaining that, and it was like a 2-minute insert. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, like
I
the
don't make any
universe from
sense.
where you're at expands so exponentially.
Oh, I already know. I already know. I'm like, please. And then like, God forbid what actually happens that I think is about to happen. Oh, fuck no.
There's so many things and so many characters too.
Great. I need someone else. I need to get over these 2 people. I have to get over it.
There are so many characters.
I'm
and
not
so
doing
much
well.
potential
Right
for heartbreak. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Amazing. Great. I
Something
need somebody
happens
else
in
to
book
focus
3 that
on.
I threw the book.
So wait,
So
do they
mad I
all?
threw the book.
This is also why I need to own the books because I need to physically hold this in my hands.
Yeah. Sometimes you just
Wait,
need
so
to physically interact with it.
the one that you have, is it a hardback or a paperback?
No, these are only paperbacks. They were never released in hard.
Amazing, great. I'm gonna go get them tomorrow. I'm not even kidding. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. I like physically can't. I don't think I can listen to the audio because I'm like having
It's
these
making you rage.
Yeah.
And like
I'm
I
like, I
didn't
need to
even
annotate.
tandem read these.
What?
I didn't even like tandem read these or like immersive read them. I just like purely eyeballed these ones.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, I think it will be better for me because right now it's just like, ooh, it's just like a little too real. I'm like, damn it. Damn it.
Oh, I love that you're on this journey, Christine. It's such a good series.
I know. I love it. I have not actually, I'm not going to lie to you. I've had some really great books this year, but this actually has been happening quite frequently. I'm getting back in my love of books, that's for sure. But this is definitely one of them.
Yeah, it's
Anyway, how's your reading?
I could not
going?
stop talking about this book after I read it.
For good reason.
Like legitimately could not stop. Like
It's
it
so
doesn't get
good.
bad.
I can't. It's already good, and it's 5 chapters in. You know how long I've waited for a book to be like this? Hello. Anyway, I
I
gotta
love it.
stop.
I love it. I love it.
Anything.
What does everybody else do? Christine obviously has been on a wild emotional journey.
No one.
I read about
Thank you.
10% of my arc. It's slow right now because we've got like 6 perspectives that we're bouncing between, and some of them are in the past, but I'm enjoying it. The threads are starting to come together at the 40% mark.
There we go. I was gonna say, where are you? 40%.
It's
Good.
hard when it's an arc too, because you don't like some of the arcs don't give you page numbers. They give you that
Yeah.
number, your location in the book, and that doesn't actually correlate to a page number.
Yeah, I hate that. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I'm definitely like the person that likes to check and see how much longer I have.
Let's see.
Then
I can do the
pace
math.
myself.
I can math. If the
You
page
never
count
know.
is on the Goodreads.
Ooh. See,
The
that's what I
Unbreakable
needed
World. What?
earlier when I was like, I can't do these maths.
I'm about 200 pages in.
That's a lot. That's 40%.
Yeah, I didn't realize how big this book was because ARC on my Kindle. So I read a lot more at the airport on Monday than I thought I did.
Listen, you're doing great, sweetie. You only have 300 more pages to go.
Because I read this and a Lillian Lark novella at the airport on Monday.
I love her.
For my
Don't get
short
it
and
twisted.
sweet prompt under 200 pages. Yeah, buddy. For the bonus.
Yeah. Yeah, the bonuses, I'm having a great time just being like, yeah, I'm just going to read fuck all for this. Like, whatever.
It sounds fun.
Yeah, like, just like picking, I think that's just the greatest thing that we've ever thought of, to be honest. Not to like,
Well,
blow smoke.
I will
up our
say
ass.
people have been vibing with the micro prompts, the micro tropes.
I know. I keep forgetting about those, so I need to look and see because I know there's something in this.
Yeah.
100% I know there's something in this. So I have to look and see. I haven't even looked at those.
Hold on.
So
Let me see what I can tell you is definitely in it without spoilers.
You know what we didn't say? Is it one microtrope per book, or can you do multiple microtropes?
Yeah, 1 microtrope per book and only 1 time per microtrope. Because you can't log 2 microtropes at the same time in the form.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. I was like, what? But I hear you.
And like you could go back, so like if you log a book for a prompt and then later you're like, ah crap, there's a microtrope that fits that I didn't pick up somewhere else, you could still go back and just log that microtrope independently.
Right.
Instead of doing it all in one ship like thing.
I feel like that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna
This
be like,
one
all right,
applies
these
to
are
book
books I
3, but
read.
not book 1. I mean the romantic subplot. It might make you laugh. Points for a character that has biotech implants or prosthetics.
Hey, that's a perfect one because their implants are awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't even talk about that. Good on you. I need to talk about that in my little vlog.
Oh, and those get very interesting. Points for a book that features a rookie, a new teammate, or an inexperienced team member. Cavalon.
Bless his heart. He's gonna do great though. Like he's gonna fit in.
This one's a spoiler, but that one does count.
Yeah, don't tell me that. Don't tell me.
Definitely have some battle banter. Like they're gonna have some good banter, quips, cutting dialogue. Cavalon gets a little chatty McGee.
He has already been chatty. He was already talking her ear off.
And that one's also a spoiler. Many of the microtropes will fit in with this book for you.
Perfect.
But yeah, I think the modification one's a really good one for this because they're what do they call them? The imprints.
They're called imprints, yeah. It's like literally
the imprints
almost
are really interesting.
But yeah, I as soon as that came into play, I was like, you're kidding me. This is what I call magic, everybody. Anyway.
You're really just trying to make that fantasy sci-fi thing.
I really am. I'm like, did you know?
Meanwhile, I'm the polar opposite, where I'm like, stop putting the fantasy books in the same section of the bookstore. I just want to
Now
look
listen.
at my books.
Listen, now I don't like it when it's an actual fantasy book in the sci-fi or sci-fi in the fantasy. Now I don't like that.
Like,
And
I
you know
hate
what I'm
when
talking
you
about. I'm
smush
talking
them
like,
together constantly.
yeah, like that I don't like. But that's a different topic than sci-fi and fantasy cannot be the same thing. That's a whole nother ball game. Okay. But I don't like it if it's like literally like dragons and witches and blah 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 and there's no science fiction at all. Don't put it in that section. Don't confuse me, fool.
Brando Sando is really close to Adrian Tchaikovsky in my bookstore, and I'm like, those are different things.
Yeah, he's not science. Even though
Those are
technically
different.
Mistborn, like they use science, like they use physics and stuff, but it's not science fiction though. It's like literal physics he's using.
Yeah.
So
Not
and
interested.
I will die on that hill. I will die on that hill.
Michael's sprint sucked. Adulting got in the way. Oh yeah, I need to take my trash out for tomorrow, but it's been raining all night, so it's gonna be morning me's problem.
Ooh, mine was last night, so it's already been done. I'm in the future.
How dare our trash days not be the same, Christine?
I know, rude. Also,
It's
Fridays? They have it on a Friday for y'all? That sucks.
At least in my street, on the street where I live. Can I please tell you, I'm very proud of me. I met Jayla in person and didn't even bully her, even though she was late.
Classic Jayla. Honestly. You didn't bully her at all? That's like her love language. She probably thinks you hate her.
No, a little bit, but not like the way I normally do.
Not like as much as like you wanted to.
Yeah. Our time
You're like,
together
I
was
guess I'll
limited.
be
I didn't want to
nice.
be a complete bully.
You're stronger than me.
Well,
I
she
think the
showed up
first time I
late.
met
So she
Jayla, I
basically
was
showed
like,
up. We
just
walked
being.
into the theater. We had a drink and watched the pre-show, and then we sat and watched the play, and then she left. So,
So you didn't have enough time to bully. That's what I'm hearing.
yeah, but I still want to be proud of me for not bullying completely. Because the temptation is so real to just bully the crap out of her.
It really is. Also, how was the height difference with you guys?
Yeah, she was like, I didn't realize you were so short. Like,
She says that about everybody that's shorter than
I
her.
know, I'm very short.
And I'm like, Jayla, did you know you're a gazelle?
I know, you are very tall, in fact. I was the
You're
shortest in the
literally a
crew.
giraffe.
It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't realize her height power.
Wait, you're so short. It's okay. I give tall girl energy.
Yeah, she said that to me too. And I was like, I'm not short, I'm average.
You're tall to me.
True. Yeah. You are definitely shorter than me for sure. Correct.
These things happen. Another show, speaking of being Team AI, another one of the musicals that I went to go see was a musical that came over from Korea. And it was having its Broadway debut, and it was about two retired, obsolete helper robots, like household robots that were next door neighbors in this like robot retirement village who go off on an adventure together and fall in love. And I cried my eyes out like a little baby. It was amazing.
My God, that sounds fun.
It's up for 10 Tony Awards.
Oh.
It just announced a national tour, and it starred Darren Criss from Glee.
Oh my God, I actually love him.
He's so good. He was
Yeah,
such a
he's
good little
really good.
robot.
He's great.
Like,
I love him.
He felt like a robot. It's called Maybe Happy Ending.
Maybe. We don't know.
Maybe Happy Ending.
It
And
might
it was
be.
one of the most interesting stories I've seen on a stage in a long time. It was so well done.
I just had a moment where I was like, where is Sherman?
Where is Sherman? We haven't seen him at all. Nightless. Sorry the rain put you to sleep, but you made that choice.
Bye, Liz.
Yeah. Did you see this? Like, wait, this is gonna make me
Oh, I
fall
found him.
asleep.
Okay. Sorry, I found him. He was in Monique's bookshelf. He's like hiding on her shelves right now.
The black cats are hard because they do be sneaky.
He's like, yeah. He just is obsessed with Monique, so anything that has to do with her, he just hangs out in her stuff, you know?
Love it. It's because she wants to pretend like she doesn't like him.
Basically. And that makes me love him more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why while I've been away, my old lady cat has just been obsessed with my dad.
Aww.
Because he wants to pretend like we don't get along, she and I, and she's just been in his face the whole time, like, love me.
She's like, everyone loves me though, so you must love me. That's
Lilu's like, you're gonna be mine. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what they do. They claim you, and then you're like, well, never stood a chance, did I? I think that's how guys are with cats a lot. Like they're always like, I hate them, and then they get one, and they're like, oh, this is my little snoogie boo.
Oh yeah, Dad had a cat walk in one Black Friday. A neighbor's cat came in and claimed them, and he's obsessed with her. He named her Baby. He is deeply obsessed with her. He's been calling her his favorite girl, and I'm like, excuse me, I'm your only daughter. What are you doing?
Yeah, what's going on there?
Excuse me. But yeah, he's obsessed with her.
Because she's a little baby.
Like, bought her like bed that sits on their bed between my parents at their feet so that she has a perfect place to stay.
Oh my god, I love her. I'm obsessed.
Yeah.
When you start getting your cat like a bed and like thinking about their comfort, you know what I mean? That's when you recognize that you probably, love them more than you love yourself. So
yeah. And he was always that like, I don't need a pet. And then he adopted a cat from me right around the time this girl came into his life, when he realized that she technically had a home, but they gave her to him later. He adopted one of my cats, and it was the first, like, when he adopted that kitten, it was the first pet that he intentionally got for himself that wasn't for one of his kids. It was his pet that he got to name on his own. And it's real adorable. He's also
what did he name her?
Well, Baby, he just named that because he was trying not to name her.
Oh, I see.
Cat that he intentionally named, that he adopted from me, he named Doc for Doc Holliday, specifically because of Tombstone, the movie.
Yes, absolutely. Nice. Is Doc a girl or a boy?
Doc's a boy. Doc is Ohan's brother.
Okay, there we go. I was like, Doc is giving male energy, but
yeah,
they both live
Doc
together?
is Ohan's brother, who's like 7 pounds heavier than Ohan.
What?
Doc is, because my dad overfeeds everything in his life.
Oh,
so
I was like, how did that happen? Is Ohan a run?
Black cat. No, in fact, Doc was
Black cats are cute though. They're chunky. I love them.
I'll have to send you a picture on Friday when I see him next. But yeah, he's fat. He's a fat boy.
Listen, I've realized that parents love to overfeed animals. I don't get it personally because I don't like to overfeed Sherman. But, maybe I'm a pompous ass and I should just give him treats and stuff all the time.
So my childhood cat, who was also a black cat, I took her with me when I went to grad school and got her into some good shape. I had her from when I was 9 years old on. But she had to stay with my parents for 2 months when I went to do my internship in DC, 3 months. She gained like 8 pounds in that amount of time. And I had to put her back on a diet.
Yeah. Eating bacon every day.
Yeah. Oh, he feeds them from the table. He absolutely feeds them from the table. And then my mom got a betta fish at one point. And had this little betta fish she was obsessed with. And Dad overfed the fish, which I didn't think was possible. And this is a little gross. But one day he came in because the fish couldn't really get like super fat because it's just a little betta fish. And he'd fed the fish so much that his little black ball
Wait, that is what?
Well, eyeball popped out. He was so full and fat that his eyeball stayed in.
What happened to the fish?
They took it to the vet, and then he ended up being a one-eyed beta fish for a
Yeah, he
long
lost
time.
his eye. Your dad cannot overfeed
The
animals.
vet was like, you need to feed this fish less. This was the problem.
Oh my God, that poor beta.
I
Bless
never knew
him.
that was possible.
Oh my God. I had a beta fish once and I literally loved it so much. But I couldn't bring it when I went to like California like 10 years ago.
Oh,
I
that's a
gave it to my
long
friend
trip
to
for a
take care
beta.
of. Literally, yeah, like I just couldn't transport him. And I loved him. His name was Blue. Um, and he was beautiful, he was stunning. But unfortunately, I just couldn't take him. And I gave him to a friend and he literally died within like a week. And I was like, God bless America.
He died of a broken heart, Christy.
Actually, that's true. Like betas do that.
They do.
So, and I didn't realize that until after the fact.
They form
But I
bonds.
had
I had
him
one
for
in
like
college.
years.
He would like come up when I would come into my dorm room. He'd come up and just like wag his tail like a dog. He'd be like, "Oh my gosh, my mommy's home."
Yeah. Like they're really great. And like the more research I did on them, the more, because obviously a lot of people just get betas and they put them in the one like bowl or whatever, and they don't give them anything to hide in or anything to like, do. Anyway,
Betas
poor
are
old
great
Blue.
pets.
They really do. Like he was beautiful and he was wonderful. And I remember I've never even had a fish. Like I was living by myself and like working at the law firm. And so I like wanted a pet, but like wanted a pet that I didn't have to like walk, you know?
Yeah.
So I just been thinking about it for a while and randomly went to PetSmart and saw the sad beta fish section. I hated that section.
They're
And then
very
I saw
sad.
Blue and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna get a beta fish. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna get it.
And they're really
And then
easy
had
to
him
take
for
care of
years.
as far
Yeah.
as like there's so many more complicated fish.
Yeah, no, I think the only hardest part is just like making sure their water is like pH level and to temp. And that's the hardest part. I think feeding them wise, like low key, if you get one of those plants, they'll just eat that, or you can just feed them regular stuff. But they're
Not
like
like my
active,
dad did.
Yeah, not like that. Or not like that. But
Yeah. I've been
bless his
thinking
heart.
about getting fish again because I grew up with fish. I used to have bala sharks when I was a kid, which are a freshwater shark, and
Ooh.
they've got like they're silvery with black tips on their fins, and they bark. They like make
Ooh.
a noise, and they can get
Can
as
you
big as their fish tank.
hear it though?
Yeah, yeah, you can hear it,
That's
and they were
so
so cool to
cool.
watch. I
Yeah,
loved
I'm
them when I was
sure.
a kid.
They get as big
They're
as their fish
peaceful.
tank.
Yeah, I mean, not like at like, but if you have a really big fish tank, they'll get really good size. But if you keep them in a small fish tank, they don't get as big. But they can get real big. I've seen one in like a room-sized fish tank that was the size of a bass. Mine
See,
were not that big. They were like this big.
okay, I was like, oh wow. I'd be
They
like, all right.
start small. But
Yeah,
they
I
only
love.
grow to the size their environment will allow them to, essentially.
How do they like move around and stuff though?
Like it's basically like their bodies won't get bigger if they won't have the space.
There we go. I see what you're saying. They can still like move around and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I don't know why I was thinking like maxed out. Yeah.
No, it's
like
just not going to be like
fucking
so
maxed out.
squeezed into his little fish tank that it bursts out like the Hulk.
Bless his heart. Bless
Yeah,
his
but I
little
like
baby
seeing
heart.
them. I've thought about getting like a legit fish setup and like doing a like live plant, like bioengineered actual like
That I would
environment.
love
But
to
then I
have
think
that.
about the fact that a friend of mine like had a massive house fire because of her husband's fish tank.
What?
Yeah. So there were reasons for it, but it's always in the back of my head when I think, oh, I should get another fish tank. It's been so many years.
Just get like a little humidifier that like spurts out a bunch of water on the plants and stuff.
Oh, I don't even remember what that fish was named, but he had a rough life.
Bless his heart. And he didn't know any better, you know. He was just
And
like,
we
"Please."
tease the crap out of my dad constantly. This like cat wandered in from somebody else's house, and she's put on a solid 4 pounds since meeting my dad.
Listen, like he's not the only one. My dad makes personal burgers for Sherman.
Precious. My dad must
No,
never know this possibility.
it's not. It's not precious. I literally am like, what are you doing? He's like, Sherman has to eat a burger too. Like I'm an idiot. And I'm like, oh. And it's like a tiny little burger that he puts on a plate for him. And I'm like, okay, I've never done this for my cat. I'm sorry. What are
No.
you talking about? And he's like, yeah, my dad's like, you dumbass. Why
And my
wouldn't you
favorite
give
one
him?
is like Lilu just sits next to me when she's over here and screams whenever I try to eat dinner. I was like, because you've been feeding her bacon at the table. And when you stop, she's mad because she's food
Yeah,
motivated and she wants the bacon. You did this to
yeah,
you.
yep.
Doesn't
That's
yell at
right.
me. She knows I'm not giving it to her.
I don't think
A
Sherman's even
sucker.
had bacon before. Like, there's no way in hell.
Oh, I don't know. Your dad may have.
No, 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 no. I was like super crazy about it. I was like, you can't put anything on the burger. You can't do anything. It's got to be this big, like tiny, you know. And he was like, okay, relax. And I was like, you don't understand. He's literally never had this before.
My dad's mom, who he very much takes after, who I'm named after, she adopted. We had Boston Terriers when I was a kid, and my parents let them have a litter of puppies before they got the girl fixed. And so we had 5 little Boston Terrier puppies, and my mama, my little Appalachian mama, ended up keeping one of them, and she never let a dog in the house. Papa only had hunting dogs that were outside. So in her 80s, she had this little Boston Terrier, and she fried it an egg every morning. That
Yep.
Boston Terrier had a fried egg every morning.
A better life than some people, literally. I'm telling you, there's something about when you get older, you're like, I just want to spoil this little thing. And
Yeah,
I'm not at that point yet. I'm like, Sherman, you will be fine.
it's
Buddy.
okay. You will live a longer, healthier life if you
You
listen to
will.
me.
And that's literally what I always say. I'm like, you cannot spoil this cat because he needs to live as long as possible. So I'm
See,
like
but
kind
we
of a
have a lot of
psycho.
life ahead of us.
Literally. I'm like, I
Maybe like
cannot
Mama
be
and my dad sense the looming sands of time, and they're like, "Well, this pet can't outlive me. What are they gonna do without me?"
literally. I'm like, listen. But I don't
I'm
know. And
not
then
gonna lie, because my parents are in their 70s, and that was something when they were adopting the kitten. They're like, "But if something happens to us, you can handle taking him on, right?" I was like, "I don't want to have this conversation. That's depressing."
they're like, what are you talking about? I'm not even recognizing what you're saying right now.
Yeah, like I don't like this, but like, yeah,
Mm-mm. Yeah, don't make me. Don't make me think about it.
I'm sure my brothers won't fight me for the pleasure. So
No. You kidding me? Boys aren't like that.
no, I mean, I haven't spoken to either of them in 2 years at this point. So
Uh-oh.
I went
Grandma.
through all the health issues of last year. My mother having open heart surgery. Didn't hear from either of them.
What?
Assholes.
How?
Assholes.
Hmm. Well,
There's a reason
I,
my parents moved 100 like hours away from where they'd lived for 30 years to come be near where I moved.
I see.
Because I'm the kid who's going to take care of them in their old age.
Yeah, basically. That's how it
Siblings
goes.
are fun.
Yeah, I don't have any. So,
I mean, I essentially don't.
listen, at least you know. You
Well,
know,
they're like 17 and 15 years older than me
they should be so
from my
adult, right?
dad's first marriage. So like we didn't grow up together. They were teenagers when I was born.
Hmm.
I was 7 when my oldest niece was born.
You're like, hey, cousin,
Essentially,
basically.
yeah. Like she's got a kid now. It's weird.
I know. Well, family dynamics, I'm telling you, they're crazy.
Weird.
They're
So yeah, I don't
weird.
think they're fighting me for the cat.
Yeah, weirdly enough, I don't think so either. But you never know. I feel like sometimes family members get really crazy, like not crazy, but like aggressive over like the weirdest things, like stuff that you'd be like, you don't even like that, painting. And then they're like, yeah, but I want it. And you're like, okay.
Sucks to be you. I'm executor.
Yeah. I was like, I'll give it to you if you can name the artist right now off the top of your
Yeah.
head.
Please tell me when dad purchased this.
Or more importantly, why it's important to him.
Yeah. Like, please just
You
tell
know
me
what I
a
mean?
little bit about why this exists and why he's schlepped it around the country
Yeah.
for 50 years.
Give me a little history. Give me a little history. Oh God. I just yawned. This might be my final.
Oh, this is
I don't know if
definitely
I
my
have another
final.
sprint
It's
in me.
midnight
I
and I
might.
gotta host a meeting for 1,800 people tomorrow.
Oh my God, yeah. You have fun. Listen,
Yeah.
we're ending it here.
Yeah, no, I get to do that. Then I go to a luncheon for a family violence nonprofit, like a battered women's shelter. And then I go see my best friend is about to open a bookstore and she just signed a lease on the property. So she wants to take me on a tour of the property where she's going to be putting it and tell me the plan.
Wait, that is so fun.
Mhm.
What kind of bookstore?
And
Oh, you don't know
uh
the plan yet.
I know kind of what their vision is. But I haven't like seen how they're planning on laying it out. But it's gonna be a new bookstore with a special focus in fantasy and sci-fi because that's a gap in this market where you can buy it at most stores, but nobody's bringing in fantasy or sci-fi authors. Nobody's like making it a big push. Um, but they're gonna have everything. They're gonna have a little bit of everything. And it's in a part of town that has no bookstore presence, even like a Half Price or Barnes and Noble. And I'm just really excited. So I get to go see it. And then we're
Yeah,
doing
that's
Mother's Day tomorrow night.
there you go. You got a packed schedule.
I know tomorrow's gonna be busy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm only just starting to feel human again after walking like 100 miles in New York City.
I know, but it's so fun. I love visiting. I would never
Yeah.
live there, but I love visiting. I think
I
it's
don't know
fun.
how Catherine's doing it.
I think barely.
No.
So
She's doing
we'll
her
see.
best.
She might be a West Coast girly.
Well, I think that's really more her energy. But she's the one who told me to go see that robot musical.
Oh yeah. I was like, that was a good brag.
Yeah. Well, and I only picked Cabaret before I went out. Everything else I bought while I was there.
I think that's kind of the vibe. You just like look and see what's going on.
Yeah. Well, and Tony nominations came out while I was there too.
Yeah, so you have to know like what is good, obviously, based on the nominations. Is the Gatsby playing yet? Are they
Yeah,
doing the
it's definitely
Gatsby yet?
playing, but I did not have that on my list at
I
any
want to go
point.
see it for
Sarah
sure.
Hyland's in it right now from
Yeah,
Modern Family.
yep. And I was like, I have to go. So I'm trying to figure out how I can do that. I
I
can maneuver.
recommend go see Orville. It was amazing.
Oh, I'm going. I am going. I'm obsessed.
Yeah.
Maybe not obsessed, but
Gatsby
I
was
like
never
him.
on my list. I hate that story so much.
I know, me too. It's sad. I really do actually hate that. But I recently read like a Great Gatsby remix for
Mm.
Trans Rights Readathon, and it got me back into the story. I'll tell you, it was like what could have been, and I was like, oh yeah. Honestly, you are so correct.
You guys do get big sibling energy.
Also, our families just like whenever our families are in town, they're always just like they just take care of each other. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
Yeah, having
like
experienced it in person, it's very sibling.
yeah, it's big family energy. It's funny because somebody commented on one of our YouTube videos recently, and they were like, "Every time you start a video, it seems like you want to like really kill each other. Seriously, like, are you guys okay?" And I was like, "Ooh, ooh, oops." Maybe we should be like more happy or something. I don't know.
That's not why we're here.
It was just so funny because I was like, wow, they literally just clocked that we had just fought like right before the camera turned on. Well, like, you just get on each other's nerves and then you like don't talk for a few days and you're like, oh, hey, what's up? What you been
I
doing?
literally haven't had a roommate since my sophomore year of college, Christine.
Listen,
I don't know this life.
it's like definitely like living in a family compound. And the more things get crazier and crazier, the more I'm like, compound sounds fine. Like, you know, I'm
Yeah.
fine. I'll be okay.
I don't need a husband. I just need a compound.
Honestly, yeah. Plus, I used to live alone and I like hermited, so I know that if I do that again, I'll just not talk to anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see
Unfortunately.
that. You
Yeah.
tend to, yeah. Have I ever told you, do you listen to any 90s country? It's a very specific question.
Any what?
90s country. Like,
No.
so there's a song Garth Brooks did called That Summer, and it's about a widowed woman who lives on her own on a ranch, and every summer she brings in a new farmhand, teaches him in the ways of love, and then sends him off and spends the like fall and winter months by herself. And that is my life goal.
Wait,
That's who I
what?
want to be when I grow up. Is the woman
No,
in
I'm
that
sorry.
song.
When you say teaches him
Oh,
what?
she sexes him up and sends him on his way.
Garth Brooks wrote this
Yeah.
song? Did this
Yes.
happen to him? Is he okay?
I don't
Like,
know, but I want to be that woman when I grow up.
and then she literally just sends them on their way.
Yeah, she like spends most of her time alone, has a fun little summer dalliance with a new hot young man every summer, and then sends him
This
off.
is so
And
the
it's from
tea
the
that's
perspective of a
happening
young
right
man
now.
who went to her like she's a lovely widowed woman, hell bent to make it on her own. Like he's looking back fondly on the summer he spent with her, waxing poetic. You're like, she did that every year. She did that every year.
I know at first I was like, wow, this sounds like a great book. And then I was like, wait, she might seem like a predator if it's
She
like
might seem like
a
a
book
predator.
series, you know what I
He
mean?
would
And like
only
she
tell the
has a
one
different,
story, not the like continuation that it happens
yeah,
over
like
and
no
over
one
again.
knows that she has had
Much like the
multiple.
song. If you look at the song in its own context, you're like, oh, what a sweet little romance song. But if you think about it, you're like, oh, that happened every summer.
Yeah, literally, like he is being played by this lady for
Yeah. And he
forceful.
thinks that this was like the greatest moment of his life. And she's like,
I mean, it probably was the
summer's
greatest
done. I'm
moment
going
of
to
his
hibernate
life.
again.
She said, goodbye, get out of here, loser.
This was fun.
I
Go
don't have enough
now.
meat for you for the
Forget this
winter.
address.
Yeah, literally, delete from your brain.
Yeah. I'll
Bless
send
him.
you the song because it's a good one.
Oh my god. I like know of Garth Brooks, obviously, because like I did grow up in the South, but like I don't know any of. Yeah, send it to me because I have no idea. That's
Yeah, it's my
exactly
life
why I don't
goal.
listen to country because like they'll have the most whack ass plots for like the songs, and I'm just like, okay,
See,
your dog
I
died,
love a
and then you went to the
troubadour. I
grocery
love a man who's
store,
going to
and
tell me a
then
story.
literally they always tell us the saddest stories
Oh,
too, and it's
yeah.
always so depressing, and I'm just like,
So
Jesus
depressing.
Christ. Or it's a
Like, even
story
the
of like
cheesy
revenge.
ones. Like that out in the West Texas town of El Paso. Like that song's depressing as hell.
I was like, what are you even saying right now? I have no idea.
Yeah, it's like a
I
like a
do like Shania
twangy, like
Twain though, I will say. Shania never lets
yeah.
me down. But
No, the
even
girls
her,
are
like
rarely
she's
depressing.
talking about that don't impress me much, you know?
The men are usually depressing.
They really are. They're always talking about something sad as hell.
Because
Even
that's the only
Orville
way
is
country
sad.
men could process emotions, Christine.
It's so true. And people would praise them for it. Like, you know, he's so woke with his feelings, blah blah blah.
All they
like,
could do was turn on a Garth Brooks song and feel the
and make
emotions
money off
inside.
of what they're doing. You know what I mean? Freaking crazies.
Okay, on that note, we should probably go to bed.
Oh, you definitely. 100%.
Any final thoughts? Parting words?
No.
Please know that
I'm
I am a
gonna
tech
continue
away as you
on.
go on this journey, Christine. I'm here for you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna read anymore tonight because I'll just be too wired. I like won't go to sleep because I'll be like, what's happening? And I'm pretty tired, I'll say it.
Okay. Well,
What?
thanks guys for joining us. We hope that you are enjoying the Galactic-thon this year. Getting those points in. This week has actually been pretty tight in the point tallies as it's been going on. So don't forget to submit your points. The link is in the Discord for that. And new prompts drop Sunday. And this time the point totals will actually drop on Sunday because I am by a PC where the formulas work.
That's right.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. Doing the best we can.
This sounds like a book club book.
It is. It's drama.
That summer. Could be a horror story if they send them off at the end of
Oh
the
my
summer.
God.
Sending them off.
That's such a good plot twist. That would be literally such a good plot twist if you got to the end and then you're like, wait, they're all dead.
There's just a pile
You just
of
like go
bodies
out
in
like
the
the final
basement.
scene is like her in her backyard. Like every day she goes to her backyard to like have her cup of coffee and you never see what she's looking at. And then in the final scene, she's like just looking at all their graves.
This feels like an Adam Ellis cartoon.
Listen, I don't make the rules. I just live here. So
Love it. Michael, you should write it. Do it.
yeah. Original concept.
Brought to you by Garth Brooks and Unhinged Late Night Streams.
Inspired by the dedication to Garth Brooks.
Thank you, Garth.
And that's it.
Or
period.
should I say Chris Payne? It wasn't
Yeah,
a
there
Chris
you
Payne.
go. There you
go. Okay. Well, thank you guys so much. And we will see you on the next one, which will happen at some point on somebody's channel sometime in the month of May.
We love it.
Bye, guys.
Bye.